Chapter 34. Songyu clicked on it and realized that the photos were actually from the girl's diary. A few years ago, it was also posted on Weibo by a righteous blogger, but someone manipulated the comments and distorted the facts. The netizens couldn't figure out the truth, so it didn't become popular. After a long time, it was gradually forgotten. At the beginning of the diary, the girl's tone was very relaxed. She was looking forward to the new school and new class. Her handwriting was delicate and had the sincerity of a 15 or 16-year-old, but there were also some childish complaints. On the first day of school, I was punished to stand at the door because I was late because of a traffic jam. This is too embarrassing. The homeroom teacher is a very good-looking English teacher. I hope I can redeem her impression in the future. My new deskmate is a boy. The way he looks at me makes me uncomfortable. It's so strange. But not long after, the diary's style began to become depressing. Her deskmate kept touching her in class, the kind that could be compared to sexual harassment. And the people sitting in front and behind her didn't even bother. They secretly recorded the class and even posted it online. The title of the video was, "Look at how coquettish the new transfer student is." The diary frequently used words like, disgusting all day, really want to vomit, and what should I do? She was incoherent. Her family wasn't well off, and her father was hospitalized. She didn't dare to trouble her parents with these things. When she said that she wanted to change deskmates, the homeroom teacher was Oh Ilian. She directly retorted, "It doesn't matter where you sit. With a high EQ, there's no one you can't get along with." Silence and public opinion made her very antisocial in the classroom. She was suppressed until she was blocked in the toilet by the senior girls. She couldn't take it anymore and told the homeroom teacher. Oh Ilian, who was disturbed twice, was annoyed. Her reply was, "If you don't have self-respect, who will respect you? You're the one in the video, right? It takes two to clap. If you didn't condone him, would he be so presumptuous?" These words were like a basin of cold water poured over her. She went back to her seat and cried. A kind girl in the class couldn't stand it anymore and accompanied her to the principal to talk about it. After the principal talked to Oh Ilian played the video of her being sexually harassed by her deskmate in front of the whole class. She played it over and over again, saying hypocritically, some jokes between deskmates shouldn't be made, such as this. It was like 1,000 cuts. The rest of the diary was messy, as if she was too sad to write. Her family finally realized that something was wrong with her. However, that man had a powerful background and was not someone an ordinary family could afford to offend. Her mother cried and didn't sleep for a few days out, but she had no choice but to transfer the transfer procedures. Later, when the matter spread to the internet, the man's family repeatedly spent money to suppress it and even found people to distort the truth, but it didn't cause any waves. After reading it, Songyu only had one thought: I killed Oh Ilian. He was so angry that his hands were trembling on the keyboard. He asked, "Is that girl?" After a long time, the anonymous person replied, "She." At first, Songyu wanted to make a big deal out of what happened a few years ago and make it a hot search, so that Oh Ilian's reputation would be ruined. However, upholding justice in such a way might tear open the scab that had already formed on the victim's wound, which would be a secondary injury to the girl. Songyu asked him. The sender replied, "You can think of me as a kind stranger." A kind stranger? Why did the sender send him this information when he wanted to deal with Oh Ilian? Did the sender know his identity? As if to dispel his concerns, that person sent another message. "I've been paying attention to Oh Ilian and investigating you. I hope you can do her justice. Thank you." Songyu frowned. The sender had been paying attention to Oh Ilian for a long time. So he knew he didn't get along with her? So he knew his identity was not simple? It seemed to make sense, but he felt strange. "Are you from Jing City No. 1 Middle School? Teacher or student?" But there was no reply from the sender. Songyu took a deep breath and sent the information to the principal. Then he called Mingguang. This kind of thing didn't depend on public opinion. It could only be reported anonymously to the education department. Oh Ilian was so arrogant. She must have someone backing her. Mingguang was drunk when he received the call. "Hello, Yu. What happened?" Songyu said, "Come on, cousin. It's time for us to punish evil and promote good." Mingguang said, "What? Songyu said, I want to report my form teacher. Mengguang laughed while holding the phone. Your high school life is quite interesting. First, you report your classmates, then you report your teacher. Ha ha ha. Songyu rolled her eyes. She thought of Wang Xi, O Ilian, and Gao Feng, whom she had met at school. Yes, I'll report anyone. Mengguang was so amused that he laughed out loud. He was quite fierce. Songyu calmed down and said, You will know how bad our form teacher is when you read the information. He forwarded all the emails to Mengguang. After Mengguang read them, he was even angrier than him. He was so angry that he slammed the table and scolded O Ilian for a long time. Songyu lowered his eyes and listened. He was a little lost in thought. He thought of the experience in Xiesui's book. What about Xiesuai in the book? Faced with Wang Xi's harassment, he was such a proud person. How depressed would he feel? Would he also feel disgusted and confused? He just wanted to study hard and let Grandma Chen live a better life. However, life was full of malice. Mengguang rushed to deal with this matter. After hanging up the phone, Songyu felt very upset. He stared at the phone screen for a long time. He wanted to talk to Xie, but he didn't know what to say. He sent a few messages first. Songyu. After Xie hired someone to find the information and gave it to Songyu, he focused on dealing with Grandma Chen's matter. Su Shiren gave him a lot of money. It was a big bargaining chip in his hands. He found out that the person who took the photo was indeed Wang Xi. Xie drank a mouthful of black coffee and lowered his eyes to hide the cold light in them. Actually, for a 25-year-old like him, he almost couldn't remember these insignificant people from his school days. After his rebirth, he had a pure heart and few desires. But there were always people who ran into the muzzle of the gun. His phone lit up. It was Songyu. Xie looked at the 6 messages and rubbed his fingers on the edge of the cup. Xie, why aren't you asleep yet? He could deal with O Ilian in a more thorough and ruthless way, but he was more willing to fulfill Songyu's righteousness and youthful spirit. Songyu lay on the bed with his phone and scratched his head. Songyu, I can't sleep. Xie, why? Songyu just wanted to chat with him. How could he talk about the things in the book that hadn't happened yet? He scratched his head for a long time and couldn't find a topic to talk about, so he just gave up. Songyu, I'm afraid I can't beat her. Xie laughed softly. Xie, okay. Songyu, what are you talking about? If you can't beat her, will you help me? He probably wouldn't go to watch Songyu fight tomorrow afternoon. Xie, if you can't beat her, don't go. Songyu, no, it's already like this. I've already said my tough words. How can I give up halfway? Xie, then the important thing is to participate. He actually didn't like this child fighting. What if she hurt herself? What did she mean? It didn't matter if she got beaten up or not. The important thing was to participate? Songyu, you're so cold. Xie, you just found out? Songyu felt that he couldn't continue this conversation. However, he felt depressed, especially when he was facing Xie. After holding it in for a long time, he wanted to know more about her. Did you have any favorite books when you were young? Let's start with the good memories. It was a classic case of trying to find something to talk about. Xie chuckled. Songyu was really the least talkative person she had met in her 2 lifetimes. However, she was willing to spend time talking about these meaningless things with him. No, Songyu didn't give up. Really? Like Peter Pan, Bide Pan, The Little Prince, or something like that. Xie, or something like that for children's enlightenment. Songyu. The words for children's enlightenment made him choke on the rest of his speech. Holding the phone, Songyu gritted his teeth and typed the last line. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to be a school bully tomorrow. Xie smiled. Good night. In fact, Songyu didn't pay much attention to class on Friday. After he died talking to Xie yesterday, he inexplicably slept quite soundly. However, when it came to O Ilian's class, he still felt sleepy. He opened the window and fell into a deep sleep with the cool breeze blowing. After O Ilian finished writing on the blackboard, she turned around and saw Songyu sleeping. All the dissatisfaction and resentment she had all this time exploded at this moment. In front of the whole class, she said sarcastically, some people really don't know their own limits. Do you think you can get special treatment just because you're sick? Do you think you can rely on your illness to get a job when you enter society? Even a beggar would have dignity like that. She stared at Songyu. The sarcasm in her words was very obvious. She wanted everyone to know that Songyu was sick, but she didn't say what kind of illness it was. The whole class didn't dare to breathe. This was the first time she publicly expressed her dissatisfaction with Songyu in class. It was most likely because Songyu was sleeping and didn't have a chance to talk back to her. When the bell rang, Ilian left with her lesson plan. A student wanted to ask her questions, but she didn't respond after shouting for a long time. The girls stood there awkwardly. Ma Shouting said, "This form teacher is really crazy. It's Dawn. Ask the English teacher to replace her." Shi Bowen said, "Huh? Isn't it cold outside?" He only knew how to memorize Ma Shouting's language, but he didn't expect her to use jokes. Ma Shouting was stunned. She tried to regain her dignity and said meaningfully, "You don't understand. It's Dawn and she's dead. That means she was the one who was stabbed last night." Shi Bowen's face was cold. "That's so funny." Ma Shouting flew into a rage out of humiliation and blocked his view with a book. "Close your eyes. Close your eyes when it's dark. I'll stab you tonight. You're dead. If you don't have any last words, don't force me." When Songyu woke up, he heard the conversation between Ma Shouting and Shi Bowen. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What did Ilian say in class?" Xie Sui stared at him for a long time. She felt that this child was confused and docile when he just woke up. He wasn't unreasonable and was quite cute. She said lightly, "She said she was sick." Songyu was still rubbing his eyes. "Then she's quite self-aware. Anyway, she was going to leave soon. Who would care about her?" As usual, the language class representative came to collect homework. As the only person in the class who had interacted with Songyu before, she was the only one. She carried the heavy responsibility of all the girls in the first class. She carried the hopes of the whole village. While waiting, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Brother Yu, are you nervous this afternoon?" The corners of Songyu's lips twitched and formed a disdainful arc. "I'm nervous." The language class representative held her breath. Even the group of girls who had pricked up their ears and were whispering to each other secretly gasped. Not to mention Brother Yu's identity as the nation's troll, the nation's husband, just the fact that Songyu was a member of their class. This was a battle of dignity. The students in the first class were worried sick. The language class representative smiled embarrassedly. She couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. "I'm really nervous." Songyu tilted his head and laughed. "Of course I'm nervous. I'm going to have a son in the afternoon. As a first-time father, I don't have much experience in raising children." After a moment of shock, "Pfft, ha ha." The first class burst into laughter. Perhaps it was because Songyu no longer gave off the feeling that he was cold and unapproachable. The atmosphere in the class suddenly became particularly harmonious and cheerful. A bold girl raised her hand and laughed out loud. "Brother, will you consider me? I don't recommend having a mother. I'm not afraid of trouble. I'll help you take care of him." The girl next to her hurriedly pulled her hand and scolded jokingly, "You're crazy. Godxie will kill you tonight." Godxie, who was cued, curled his lips, but he didn't look particularly happy. Although Songyu kept saying that he wanted to communicate with his female classmates, in reality, he was particularly sloppy. He twirled his pen and sneered subconsciously. "I won't consider your suggestion. Don't try to trick me. Who are you calling brother? I've long stopped falling for your tricks." His hand stopped twirling his pen. He shut up, because he felt that something was wrong. Ha ha ha. However, the entire class roared with laughter again. They had already helped Songyu finish his sentence. The number one cold-blooded scumbag on the forum lived up to his name. Songyu, fuck. He even mocked Ma Shouting for being destined to be alone. Wasn't he the same? Ma Shouting laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Songyu handed in his homework. He began to reflect that maybe it wasn't fate that he couldn't find a girlfriend. After the commotion between classes, Songyu found that the students around him, who were originally obedient as background characters, were slowly becoming active around him. For example, after class, the girl who specially handed him a bottle of drink and said, "Brother Yu, go to the bar." Then, she blushed and ran away. Song Yu was puzzled. What's that? Ma Xiaoding was a straight man who was very sensitive to men but very slow to men and women. He scratched his head and said, I don't know. A new trick? He stared hungrily at the water in Song Yu's hand. Brother Yu, do you want this trick? Song Yu glanced at him. After school, Xie Sui said that she had something to do and left first. Song Yu asked for a long time, but Xie Sui didn't say anything. She just smiled at him and winked. Brother Yu, who thought that he was sensible, nodded his head with an I understand expression, although he actually didn't understand anything. The final battle at the top of Book Mountain Building. Someone started a live text broadcast on the forum. Welcome to Jing City No. 1 Middle School's special opening martial arts, parent-child, program Who's the School Bully, Who's the Dad? I'm the commentator. Now I'm standing on the roof of the Yuta building next door. Wow, the scenery is really good. The wind is rustling. It feels like a sword competition on Mount Hua. Loudspeakers in place. Lighting in place. Fangirls, roar for me. The lower floors were very respectful. Regardless of gender, they all laughed. The Book Mountain building was a teaching building for the second year of high school. It had a rooftop and was regarded as a sacred place for couples to confess their love. Many people came to watch. But after all, it was a holiday on Friday. Most people chose to catch the bus home and read the Post. If there was a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. If there was a winner and a loser, there would be a competition. The building was filled with joy. I bet a pack of spicy sticks that Brother Yu will win. If Brother Yu wins, I'll donate a building to the school. I'll give a Maserati to the principal. I bet my husband Brother Yu will win with the first kiss that I've treasured for many years. Awesome. I want it too. I bet Brother Yu will win. If I'm right, a girl in the building will give me the virginity that I've treasured for 17 years. 66666666666. The bets were getting more and more perverted. A group of boys started to give their virginity to Brother Yu. The commentator stopped them in time. Please give me back the green post. I remember all the names of those who gave Brother Yu their first kiss, virginity, cars, and houses. Don't go back on your words. The atmosphere in the post was surprisingly cheerful. Song Yu didn't know any of this. Ma Xiaoding and his group of underlings followed behind Song Yu, acting as a front. They surrounded Song Yu like he was the boss of the underworld. Song Yu, who originally wanted to fight quietly and leave, was speechless. There were many people scattered in the corridor. The rooftop was very empty. The clear blue sky was so blue that it was transparent. The wind blew Song Yu's school uniform, and his hair was a little messy. The young man's pupils were shallow. He was rushing back to do his homework. He was a little impatient and looked like he was looking for a beating. Gao Feng coughed. He thought of the matter on the forum and decided to show his strength first. He sneered and threw the cigarette that he didn't like to show off on the ground. Then he stepped on it with his foot and grabbed his collar. He said in a very arrogant tone, "You're that..." Wait, what was Song Yu's online username again? The underling saw his awkwardness. He hurriedly said, "Your husband Brother Yu. Your husband Brother Yu." Gao Feng was speechless. What kind of fucking name was this? He definitely wouldn't say the full name, but saying Brother Yu or husband would kill him. There were 5 words in a name, but 4 of them were difficult to say. This was a fucking genius name. Song Yu saw that they still hadn't figured it out after a week of guessing. He sneered and said indifferently, "Yes, that's right. I'm your husband, Brother Yu." Gao Feng was speechless. The entire rooftop was speechless. A group of strong men who were taken advantage of for no reason. The girls in the corridor were secretly looking at them. The commentator, Big K, held a pair of binoculars and explained to everyone on the forum. After school on Friday, Xie Sui stayed in the classroom for a while. That person sent her a message and guided her to an old teaching building in a remote corner of the campus. Chapter 35. In the old teaching building, there was a classroom that had been abandoned for a long time. It was now used as a storage room, and there were many tables and chairs in a mess. As soon as he pushed the door open, there was a very unpleasant smell of decay. There were cobwebs in the corner of the wall, and there was a thick layer of dust. "Tisk, Brother Ci, he's here." There were 3 tall men sitting at the table. They were the ones who had caused trouble for Songyu on the first day of school. He was called Jiang Xiao, with a black t-shirt, buzz cut, and 3 rows of ear studs. Wang Ci had been playing with his phone. When he heard this, he put down his phone and turned around casually. He was born gloomy, and there was a trace of a determined smile between his eyebrows. He was evil and dark. "Oh, the school hunk is here." The words "school hunk" were said ambiguously, and his eyes couldn't wait to stick to Xie Sui. Xie Sui entered and closed the door very politely, smiling. "Yes, sorry to keep you waiting." His abnormal reaction confused the other people in the classroom. Wang Ci narrowed his eyes and stood up. "Do you know why I called you here?" Xie Sui's expression didn't change. He smiled. "Tell me, I'm listening." Wang Ci looked at him for a long time and said ambiguously, "Xie Sui, I quite like you." Xie Sui said calmly and elegantly, "Thank you." Wang Ci stared at him silently. Jiang Xiao had already retreated to the side and started to record with his phone. They had been with Wang Ci for so long, so how could they not know what he was thinking? As long as they recorded the video, Xie Sui's words would be ruined tonight. They had something on him, and they could bully him as much as they wanted in the future. Who would have thought? Jiang Xiao adjusted the angle and smiled. The seemingly unattainable iceberg school hunk of Jing City First High School was so easy to be manipulated behind his back. No, he had to share such a fun thing with others. Wang Ci stepped forward. "I knew you would come after taking that photo. I was too lazy to go to school these days and was bored at home, so I investigated your background." He leaned over to Xie Sui and whispered, "I heard that your mother was a prostitute?" He laughed. "No wonder you're so alluring and full of vigor." Upon hearing these words, Xie Sui lowered her eyes. Her expression was also indifferent. Her facial features were impeccable, and her temperament was cold and abstinent. Wang Ci felt his brain heat up. "You have to know that your grandmother is old. If an accident happens, she might be gone. Last time, you and Songyu went against me, but I wasn't angry. He's just a poor relative of the Ming family who can't be brought to the table. It's quite easy for me to kill him." He reached out and was about to touch Xie Sui's face. His smile was extremely greasy. "If you want your deskmate and grandma to be safe, then let me play with you for a month." Wang Ci couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes were wide open. His hand was pierced by a fruit knife. Xie Sui's lips curled into a faint smile. She was unusually cold and her eyes were ice cold. His fingers were long and slender, and the way he pulled out the knife was neat and elegant. "Ah!" A moment later, Wang Ci's scream rang out in the classroom. Xie Sui threw the knife away, picked up the table next to him, and hit the screaming Wang Ci on the head. He fell to the ground. Wang Ci clenched his hands. His eyes were about to pop out, but he was in so much pain that he was delirious. He rolled on the ground and spoke intermittently. "Xie Sui, you want to die." Xie Sui said indifferently, "You should be glad that I don't have a gun in my hand now." This scene developed so quickly that the others couldn't react in time. Xie Sui had already strode forward, snatched the phone from Jiang Xiao, and pressed the pause button. He smiled. His voice was understated, but it made people's scalps tingle. "Just record this much." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xie Sui wanted to transfer the video to himself for backup, but he didn't expect to see the interface of Jiang Xiao's text message to Songyu when he clicked on it. He could even memorize Songyu's phone number, so he wouldn't mistake it. Jiang Xiao took a few photos of him and Wang Ci from behind. From this angle, it looked like Wang Ci was up to no good, and he was about to be bullied. The text message was also full of malice. "Did you see it? The consequences of offending Brother Ci." Xie Sui's fingers paused. After a long time, he chuckled and threw the phone to Jiang Xiao. "You did a good thing." On the rooftop of Book Mountain Building, Gao Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Fuck, you took advantage of me." After Songyu finished speaking, he was also stunned. Who wanted to be his husband? "Can you not talk so much nonsense?" A math paper, an English paper, and a diary were all waiting for him. Gao Feng was waiting for this opportunity to be in the limelight. How could he let this fight go so easily? He moved his wrists. "What's the hurry? I've fought so many times. and this is the first time so many people are watching. There are so many people in the corridor, so I can't be perfunctory. Since you brought people and I brought people, why don't we be polite first? Let's not use weapons like knives and sticks. How about we fight barehanded? Song Yu looked around and sneered. I remember that I came up to be your father. He took a step forward. I think that as long as you call me father, it will be over. Gao Feng was very angry at his disrespectful attitude. He said viciously, in your dreams. Song Yu. Oh, do you want to bet? Gao Feng's eyes widened. Song Yu had already walked forward. Without any fancy movements, he reached out and grabbed Gao Feng's collar. Poor Gao Feng was a strong man. Before he could react, he was pulled forward with his clothes. The collar was strangling his neck, and it was very difficult to breathe. Gao Feng's face turned red and his eyes widened. You. He reached out to break Song Yu's fingers, but Song Yu's strength was amazing. It was as if he couldn't move at all. Thinking of the last basketball game, Gao Feng finally realized that Song Yu wasn't lucky. His eyes were full of fear. What are you doing? Song Yu grabbed his clothes and dragged him forward. The other people on Tiantai Mountain were stunned. It was a one-on-one fight from the beginning. Gao Feng's followers wanted to help, but they were stopped by Ma Xiaoding. When Brother Yu was acting cool, the irrelevant people moved back a little. Ma Xiaoding. What's the hurry, little brother? I'll show you what a real school bully is. There was a fence on the rooftop of Book Mountain building, but it wasn't high. For fear of accidents, the school had always prohibited people from coming up. But it couldn't stop this lively student from treating this place as a love sanctuary. Some wood was piled up in the corner of the rooftop. It was left over from the previous construction and hadn't been dealt with. Song Yu pulled Gao Feng and jumped onto the wooden plank. He lowered his head and smiled coldly. You like to show off so much? Gao Feng stared at him. His breathing was strangled, and he couldn't move at all. Opposite Book Mountain building was Yuta building. A row of onlookers stood on the corridor of the 6th floor. They raised their mobile phones and pointed their cameras here. They were also stunned by this scene. Song Yu also lifted Gao Feng onto the wooden plank. The wooden plank was a little higher than the fence. Standing on it and looking down, one could see the height of a 6-story building. It was so exciting that it made one's eyes go black. Gao Feng's legs were about to turn to jelly. Song Yu was destined to teach this guy a lesson today. He patted his shoulder and pointed to the other side. Do you see the audience? Their mobile phones are pointed at you. Don't you like to show off? Come, say hi. The group of people in Yuta building, they wanted to laugh, but looking at Gao Feng's pale face, they couldn't laugh. It was so fucking miserable. How could they say hi? Gao Feng's surname was Gao, but it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of heights. In fact, if he was more attentive, he would find that Song Yu didn't dare to look down. He stood very steadily, but he said, Don't, big brother. Smile at the camera. Gao Feng was furious. Song Yu. He wanted to fight back, but this place was too small and too dangerous. There were too many scruples, so he didn't dare to make a big move. In the end, resistance was useless. Song Yu even pulled him forward by the collar, and his face was directly facing the sky. At first glance, Gao Feng's chest tightened, and he was almost scared to death. Song Yu sneered. You specially asked me to come here to fight. I thought you liked high ground. Gao Feng was scared to death. I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't let go. Don't let go. Song Yu smiled faintly. Do you want me to remind you what you should call me now? The feeling of his life hanging by a thread made his scalp tingle. Gao Feng closed his eyes and shouted, Dad, Dad, Dad. Everyone on the rooftop opened their mouths so wide that they could fit duck eggs. Yuta building screamed again and again, and in an instant, there were flashes of light. Song Yu jumped back, and Gao Feng, who was scared out of his wits, was pulled back. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly. This was the fastest way. He turned on his phone and wanted to see what time it was, but he received a text message from a stranger. Under normal circumstances, a stranger's message on his phone wouldn't be a good thing. He clicked on it. Sure enough, there were 2 photos, both of them of Wang Xiai and Xie Sui. In the first photo, Wang Xiai was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Xie Sui's head was lowered, looking very forbearing. In the second photo, Wang Xiai reached out to touch Xie Sui, blocking Xie Sui's expression. However, Song Yu's imagination was about to explode from anger. His deskmate, his kind and gentle deskmate who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Now he was being humiliated by Wang Xiai. After cursing, Song Yu went straight downstairs. But he didn't expect that Gao Feng, who was pretending to be his son, would turn hostile as soon as he came to his senses. After losing face in front of the whole school, he was ashamed and angry. He went up and directly hugged Song Yu's leg, wanting to pull him to the ground and fight. "I'm not done with you today. Get lost." Song Yu didn't have time to pay attention to him now. He mercilessly kicked him away. Gao Feng clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground. He roared at his underlings. "What are you waiting for? Avenge me. Do you think we'll let him go so easily today?" A group of people came up one after another, but Song Yu's face was ashen. He didn't even turn his head. He took care of a group of people. His movements were ruthless and cool, without any hesitation. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants. Even his hair was not messed up. The girls in the corridor screamed. But this handsome guy who could take on 10 people by himself didn't have time to pay attention to them. He hurried down the stairs. The post-duel at the peak of Book Mountain caused another wave of commotion. "Sorry, Big K almost dropped his phone just now. Let me review some of the content just now." Song Yu grabbed Gao Feng, and Gao Feng called him daddy. Later, Gao Feng refused to accept it and went to challenge Song Yu. Gao Feng was beaten up. Gao Feng's underlings couldn't stand it anymore and ganged up on Song Yu. Gao Feng's underlings were beaten up again. Replies. "Am I fucking blind? How can a weakling like Song Yu be such a ruthless character?" I can testify. And he admitted it. He admitted that he's Brother Yu. He's gone now. He's gone so handsome. I'm so happy. Boo-hoo. Am I the only one who cares about those who gave their virginity to me? The style of the post was ended by a hoarse roar from a building. "Stop crying. Everyone in the Book Mountain house is running away. The head of teaching is on his way." The dean of Jingcheng No. 1 Middle School was known as the Cruel Master. He was cold and ruthless. If you were caught by him, you wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, the worst thing was that he would call your parents to the school for the slightest mistake. If your parents weren't in the area, he would call your parents for 3 hours. The girls in Book Mountain House gasped. They put away their phones and ran down the stairs. But the dean was ruthless. He took the key and locked the door. He held a loudspeaker and roared. "You bunch of bastards upstairs. I've locked the iron door. Don't even think about running away. You're not going home on Friday? You're here to fight? Heh, call your parents and ask them to come and bail you out. I'll let you go." Everyone in the building, boo-hoo. Song Yu ran to the second floor, and the head of teaching came. His voice was especially loud, and every word could be heard clearly. Song Yu had a headache when he heard that the parents were being called. He frowned. What kind of nonsense was this? A few girls were squeezing in the same corridor as him. Seeing how irritated he was, he stuttered, You, if you're in a hurry, you can jump down from the window of the classroom on the far left." The biggest problem was solved. Song Yu tilted her head to look at the girl and smiled happily. "Thank you." He was born good-looking, with the kind of clean, transparent, and high-spirited appearance of a teenager. When he smiled, his eyes were like falling stars, and the narrow and dark corridor also brightened up. No need to thank me." The girls' faces flushed red as they tried to suppress their joy. They followed him out and stood in the corridor on the second floor, leaning half of their bodies out. She looked at the young man's figure as he jumped down from the window. His movements were smooth, cool, and handsome. However, their screams were accompanied by the dean's exasperated roars through the loudspeaker. "The one who jumped out of the window over there. Do you think I'm blind? You're looking down on me. Which class are you from? Tell me your name." Song Yu had already jumped onto the lawn. Ignoring the dean's loudspeaker, he ran south according to his memory of the building. The dean flew into a rage. "You're finished. If I don't catch you today, my surname isn't Tion." Song Yu was young and energetic. He had long legs, so he shook him off in a short while. Finally, he saw the teaching building. He took a shortcut, so it didn't lead to the main entrance. However, it was enough. The abandoned classroom was on the first floor, and one of the windows was facing his direction. Next to it was a wall covered with creepers. Song-yu was very anxious. He didn't care about anything else and climbed to the edge of the window first. Then, he used his hands to hit the window frantically. Xiesui, Xiesui, are you in there? Xiesui sat on the table to wait for Song-yu. The classroom was full of people on the ground. He added a few more stabs. Wang Xi's hand was probably crippled. In fact, he was no stranger to this classroom. There were many things in Jing City that he had forgotten over the years. He needed to go to a specific place to recall them bit by bit. For example, on the wall at the back door of the middle school, the scarlet handwriting was shocking. It was a reflection of the dark and humiliating years. For example, in this room, in his previous life, he was also blocked by Wang Xi here. Wang Xi's request was even more excessive. However, at that time, his hand was injured during the summer vacation. He wasn't as stable as he was now in a fight. Wang Xi and his group fell to the ground. His whole body was broken, and his school uniform was stained with blood, thick dust, and dim light. He was full of nausea and nausea. The door was locked. He also jumped out of this window. However, at that time, he was too confused and collapsed. When he jumped out of the window, the feeling of weightlessness made him think that suicide might be a good choice. What a lonely and desperate 15-year-old. Xiesui heard the sound of Song-yu hitting the wall. She came to her senses and suppressed her anger. She jumped down from the table, went to the window, and opened it. Xiesui. Song-yu was about to break in through the window. He didn't expect that it was Xiesui who opened the window for him. His eyes suddenly lit up. The wind outside blew away the oppressive and decaying smell in the classroom. Song-yu smelled like laundry detergent. It was fresh and distinct. Xiesui was a little stunned for a moment. She saw him squatting on the window with the glorious sunset behind him. She also saw the dean of teaching, who was blowing a loudspeaker and cursing. Noisy world, real youth. Song-yu looked at him in a daze and imagined. He was so angry that he jumped in through the window. Where is that idiot Wang Xi? I'm going to beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Xiesui came to her senses and pulled him with a smile. It's okay. I've solved it. Indeed, if Xiesui wasn't injured, Tin Wang Xi wouldn't be enough to beat him. But Song-yu was still angry. Suddenly, he saw the blood on Xiesui's hand. His eyes widened. Fuck, why are you bleeding? Does it hurt? It was someone else's blood. What did he hurt? But looking at Song-yu's anxious and worried look, Xiesui's eyelashes trembled. She forced a pale smile and suppressed her exhaustion for a long time. She said in a hoarse voice, It hurts. Song-yu was too lazy to leave Wang Xi's idiot side. He said anxiously, Then let's go to the infirmary first. The dean of teaching rushed over, panting. He didn't see Song-yu, but this was the only building in the corner of the school. The dean of teaching held the loudspeaker and roared outside. Do you think I can't do anything if you hide inside? Come out or not. If you don't come out, I'll lock the door. I'll let you stay inside for the whole night. Song-yu cursed secretly. Xiesui looked at him with a smile. Don't you want to be caught by him? Song-yu. This person knows how to call his parents. Xiesui, did he see your face? Song-yu was very confident about this. He puffed out his chest. No, I snuck out. I only left him with a handsome back view. Xiesui held back her laughter. Then let's just jump over the wall. He picked up the school uniform jacket on the table, took a step with his long legs, and jumped out of the window. Song-yu gritted his teeth in hatred. He glanced at Wang Xi, who was groaning on the ground. Are you going to let him go just like that? Xiesui reached out to him and smiled. If you want to deal with him, of course I'll accompany you. Song-yu was definitely still worried about his injury. However, you look more like a hooligan than me when you jump out of the window. Xiesui smiled. Talent. After jumping out of the window with him, Song-yu realized that something was wrong. Hey, didn't you say it hurt? Why does it look like you're fine? Xiesui smiled. Wasn't it easy to act as an injured person? His face was pale, and he let out a muffled groan after taking 2 steps. Song-yu's expression changed, and he walked over to support him. Sui hooked her arm around Song Yu's waist. It looked like she was leaning on him weakly. Song Yu was nervous. "Are you okay?" Sui acted coquettishly and whispered in his ear, "It hurts a little." This child's waist was so thin. Chapter 36. Sui whispered into his ear. Her voice was a little nasal, and her breath was slightly warm. Song Yu's skin was inexplicably sensitive. He turned his head to the side uncomfortably, but his eyes were still staring at Sui's face worriedly. He whispered, "If it's really painful, lean on me. I'll help you over." Sui stared at his face. Her throat was burning. She laughed softly and said, "Okay." She was so gullible. How did she have the guts to come to his side? There weren't many people in the infirmary on Friday nights. Sui wasn't injured at all. The doctor looked at him for a long time and only saw a small bruise on his arm. When he applied medicine, he muttered, "How did you get hit? Don't tell me you won a fight. At your age, you don't learn good things, but bad things." Song Yu looked left and right and actively suggested, "Teacher, do you want to take a look at him again? I think it's definitely more than this." Sui was such a patient person. She was in so much pain that she leaned on him. How could it be that simple? The doctor rolled his eyes and ignored him. Sui held back her laughter and said to Song Yu, "Do you want me to take you home later?" Song Yu was stunned. Take him home? In fact, there was no need. He just needed to make a call, and someone would come to pick him up. Moreover, he promised the system that he wouldn't expose his identity, although the system was useless and disappeared for several months. He didn't know what kind of news it would give him when it came back. Speaking of which, Sui seemed to have never asked about his family background. If he didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. She was really too considerate. Song Yu said, "No, I'll take you home. You're injured." While the doctor was applying medicine, Song Yu sat on the chair and sent a message to his grandmother. He said that he had something to do at school and might be home later. Grandmother Ming was very worried and directly called him. Song Yu could only take his phone and go outside to talk in a low voice. On the other side of the phone, the old lady complained softly, "Why are you delayed by something? Tonight, your cousin, your uncle, and aunt are all here. It's rare that everyone is here. Grandma wanted to have dinner together as a family." Song Yu felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Grandma." Grandmother Ming loved him from the bottom of her heart, so she couldn't bear to scold him. She only said, "It's okay. I'll get someone to pick you up when you're done with you." Song Yu looked at the time. "Half an hour. I might not be at school by then. I'll send you the address." Grandmother Ming was satisfied and smiled. Good, good, good." Song Yu turned off the call interface and saw Ma Xiaoting's message. "Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. Brother Yu, I was taken away by my father. I might not live past tonight, crying, waving. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. But don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to rat you out." Song Yu's lips twitched. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted this appointment at Book Mountain House. If he hadn't accepted it, he might have been able to accompany Sui to deal with Wang Ci. That way, he probably wouldn't have gotten hurt. Holding the phone, Song Yu stood at the door. He tilted his head and looked at Sui in the infirmary. Under the cold white light, the young man's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. His lips were pursed into a straight line. His eyes were half closed, and his expression was indifferent. However, Song Yu inexplicably saw a hint of fragility. He applied the medicine. The doctor instructed him to take note of some things. Song Yu went out with him. After thinking for a long time, he still said with some dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you tell me that you were going to find Wang Ci?" Sui tilted his head and looked at him with his dark eyes. He smiled and said, "You were already nervous enough. I was afraid that you would overthink." Song Yu was confused. "Why would I be nervous?" Sui raised his eyebrows. "Who told me last night that he couldn't sleep because he was afraid that he couldn't beat him?" "Oh, that." Song Yu explained. "That's just something I made up because I wanted to chat with you." "Who's afraid of him?" After saying that, Song Yu was speechless. What was he saying? Sui laughed and said meaningfully, "You want to chat with me?" Song Yu explained again. "I was bored and wanted to chat with someone. Don't think too much." Sui held back his laughter. Next time, you can call me directly. Song Yu said, I was just afraid that I would disturb your studies. Sui was too lazy to expose him. His eyes fell on his face, and he said with a faint smile, There's a post on the forum. Did you read it? You also use the forum? Song Yu was stunned when he heard about the forum. In his heart, Sui was a genius who stood at the top of the pyramid when he was a student. He didn't care about the common populace. Sui said with a smile, I didn't use it at first. Last time, someone sent me a link and asked me to see how many fangirls he had. So, I downloaded it. Song Yu said, Oh. Sui lowered his voice and said in a very understated tone, The title of the post is very interesting. The future is like the sea, and Sui Yu is at peace. Song Yu stopped in his tracks. He froze on the spot. Fuck. That CP post that he wished he could block every time he saw it? Sui clicked on it and read it. Did he know that the Sui in Sui Yu was referring to him? Sui stood under the street lamp. His peach blossom eyes were naturally fickle, but his gaze gave people a feeling of deep affection and gentleness. He curled his lips and said, Actually, their analysis is right. I added that sentence at the last minute because I wanted to say it to you. Song Yu couldn't say a word. Sui smiled. The post said that we're a match made in heaven. Combined with what you said last time, your inexplicable approach and show of goodwill are all with ulterior motives. Now, you've saved me time and time again and are deliberately looking for topics to talk about. He asked softly, Song Yu, I almost thought that you liked me? Song Yu. His ears quickly turned red. It wasn't because he was shy, but because he was angry. Like my ass. No, don't always look at those strange things, okay? There's no friendship in this world that doesn't ask for anything in return. How many times have I told you the reason? Why don't you believe me? Asking is being kind. Sui wasn't surprised either. Just now, when he casually tried to fish for information, he had a hidden meaning. In the past, he didn't seriously think about the purpose of Song Yu's approach because he felt that it wasn't necessary. Now, he began to realize that this child was special to him and finally became more serious. From Song Yu's reaction, he roughly knew the answer he wanted. There was a purpose, but this purpose might be unexpectedly simple. Song Yu grabbed his hair irritably and suddenly felt wronged. So, Sui still didn't completely believe him? She felt that he had an ulterior motive for approaching him? She even thought that he coveted his looks like those scumbags? Inexplicably, he felt that his sincerity had been misplaced and that he had been betrayed. The more Song Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. Fine, fine, fine. Everything you do has ulterior motives. I won't bother you in the future, okay? After saying that, Song Yu turned and walked away. His long legs strode forward, obviously suppressing his anger. Sui, he had gone too far. Looking at Song Yu's angry back, Sui felt a little helpless. She strode forward, took Song Yu's hand, and pulled him back forcefully. But her voice was low, and there was a hint of gentleness under the coldness. I'm sorry. Song Yu chuckled. In fact, this was Song Yu's misunderstanding of Sui. If Sui began to suspect his motive for approaching him, it wasn't because he didn't trust him. On the contrary, he began to care. In his previous life, Sui didn't think that anyone could come to him and scheme against him when he was reborn as a 15-year-old. He was used to observing people's expressions and keeping a low profile. He could see through many people at a glance, so his suspicions were unnecessary. However, of course, he couldn't say these things to Song Yu. Sui remembered his image in Song Yu's eyes and froze for a moment. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his skin looked even paler under the moonlight. He looked a little helpless and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, it's the first time someone has been so nice to me. I'm not used to it. Song Yu was still angry, but when he remembered that he was still injured, he suppressed his anger. When he heard this again, he froze. He recalled the embarrassing situation Sui faced when they first met, and the disbelief and fear in Sui's eyes when she took the medicine from him. The fear of kindness. These days, they got along more and more naturally. It made him almost ignore the inferiority and vulnerability hidden in Sui's bones. Song Yu lowered his head and looked at Xie Sui's hand that was grabbing his wrist. He used a lot of strength, and it hurt a little. His school uniform was rolled up, revealing the faint light blue blood vessels on his arm. Xie Sui said softly, "I'm sorry, don't be angry. I won't ask this question again in the future." After lowering his voice, he sounded like he was acting coquettishly, which made his ears tingle. Song Yu, okay. He was out of breath. However, Song Yu still felt that he needed to clarify. "I'll explain for the last time. You're the first person of the same age that I met in Jing City. I feel that we're very fated. Moreover, I love you very much and want to treat you well. It's that simple. You can just think of me as a great philanthropist who spreads love and justice. Didn't I mention the Bide Pan yesterday? Oh, in your eyes, it's a children's enlightenment book. You can think of me as the Bide Pan. I'm righteous and kind. My purpose is to make you happy. Do you understand?" What kind of messy explanation was this? However, Xie Sui laughed. His voice was mixed with the night wind, low and gentle. "Okay, I'll remember. My Bide Pan." Song Yu felt that his attitude was good and wanted to force him to admit his mistake. However, his cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He looked at the caller ID. It was Oh Ilian. He decisively refused to answer. However, Oh Ilian seemed to be ruthless and kept calling. Song Yu could guess what it was about. It must be about Wang Ci. He didn't refuse and answered the call. "What's the matter?" On the other side of the phone, Oh Ilian's voice was full of anger. "Is Xie Sui next to you?" "Song Yu, take a guess." Oh Ilian was very irritated, and her words could be said to be cold. "I called his home phone. His grandmother said she didn't come back. I called his phone, but it was turned off. You're the only one left. Can you find him? Find him and ask him to come to my office immediately. If he's late, he won't have to come to class next Monday." Song Yu was so angry that he laughed. Since when was it Oh Ilian's turn to give him orders? However, she didn't know that she was about to die and was about to leave. Song Yu decided to teach her one last lesson. He smiled at the phone. "He's here. He'll be there soon. Buy one get one free. I'll come too." He put away his phone and said to Xie Sui, "Let's go. I'll avenge you." Outside the office, Oh Ilian hung up the phone. Her face was filled with fear and panic again. After resting outside for a long time, she walked in again in her high heels. A woman was sitting in the office. Her makeup was exquisite. She was wearing a long dress and holding a bag in her hand. She sat on the chair with a cold expression. She was Wang Ci's mother. Oh Ilian smiled ingratiatingly. "Mrs. Wang, I've already called that student to come over. You can ask him whatever you want." Wang Ci's mother was angry. "My son is still lying in the hospital. If the driver didn't wait for him at the door and came in to look for him, he would have been locked up in that small shabby house for the whole night." "Ask what? What else do I have to ask? He's so vicious at such a young age. I think he should go to jail for a few years." Oh Ilian could only smile in the face of Wang Ci's mother's anger. She didn't dare to offend the Wang family. She echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, you're right." The dean was very dissatisfied. He knew Xie Sui. She was the best student in her year. How could she appear in that place inexplicably? Something was wrong. However, he was the one who almost locked her up. Moreover, the Wang family was indeed a family that ordinary teachers couldn't afford to offend. He kept silent. Wang Ci's mother had been in a bad mood for the past few days. Her fingernails almost broke her back. She was furious. He only has one grandmother in his family? Sure enough, he has no parents. Call his grandmother over and let her see what kind of person she is taught. Song Yu heard this when he walked to the door. He pushed the door open and entered. "Why don't you see what kind of person your son is first?" The teenager's voice was cold and mocking. She saw that it was Song Yu. Oh Ilian's face darkened. However, a vicious thought arose in her mind. Song Yu's thorns would be removed completely when he met the Wang family. Society had to teach him how to behave. Wang Ci's mother suddenly stood up and stared at Song Yu. "It's you?" Song Yu found Wang Ci's message on his phone. He held it up and showed it to Wang Ci's mother. "Can you read? This number is your son's. Look at what kind of person he is." Even if one didn't look carefully, the words prostitute destroy, and hell in the message were full of malice. Wang Xi's mother glanced at the number and confirmed that it was her son. She didn't think much of it. She was still angry and wanted to slap the phone away. It's not your turn to teach me what kind of person my son is. Her eyes were extremely cold. Do you think you'll be fine just because you're young? I'll contact my lawyer. This matter isn't over. I'll see you in court. Song Yu quickly took back his phone and said expressionlessly, "Oh, legal means? That's great." Oelian was very happy. She was afraid that Wang Xi's mother would vent her anger. She wanted someone to bear the brunt of her anger. Song Yu would be the best. See you in court. How could a child from an ordinary family face the Wang family in court? It would be difficult to afford a lawyer. She smiled happily and went forward. Madam Wang, he's not Xie Sui. He's Xie Sui's deskmate. Wang Xi's mother was furious with Song Yu. She looked at him with the cold disgust of a lady in high society. She mocked, "You're indeed the same kind of person." Xie Sui took a step forward and pulled out the backup video from Jiang Xiu on her phone. She said calmly, "Teacher, why don't you ask me what happened first?" Oelian was stunned. "What?" Wang Xi's mother sneered. Everyone in the office turned to look at him. The phone video was played. It was Wang Xi's voice. It was greasy and disgusting. "I knew that you would come over after taking that photo. I was too lazy to go to school these few days. I was bored at home, so I investigated your background. I heard that your mother went out to sell herself. No wonder you look so seductive. You have to know that your grandmother is old. If an accident happens, she might be gone. If you want your deskmate and grandmother to be safe, let me play with them for a month." There was dead silence. The meaning of his words was too obvious. They were explicit and full of malice. This time, Wang Xi's mother could not keep up her pretense. A crack appeared on her expression. Oelian was the same. When Wang Xi asked her to change seats, she had roughly guessed part of it. It was ambiguous. Now, it was clear. Xie Sui turned off the phone and said calmly, "He used my grandmother to threaten me and asked me to go there. Later, he brought a group of people and tried to humiliate me. I defended myself and escaped. When you called Song Yu, we were in the infirmary. It's that simple." The office was awkwardly silent. Oelian opened her mouth and organized her words. "This, Wang Xi was just joking. It was a joke between classmates. You took it seriously and overreacted." Wang Xi's mother was much calmer than her. With her status, why would she care about two high school students who had no power or influence? She put on a fake smile. Her gaze was still mocking and disdainful, as if she had seen through everything. "My son has seen all kinds of women. Why would he like you? You're so vicious. It turns out that you're a disgusting homosexual. Why would you go when he asked you to? Why do I feel that you're the one who sent yourself to his door and tried to curry favor with him? In the end, my son didn't like you and became angry out of humiliation." She smiled slowly, her red lips mocking. "After all, it takes two to clap. I think it's you who slap." A crisp sound resounded in the office. The slap was swift and decisive. Oelian, who had wanted to agree, was frightened. "You." Wang Xi's mother looked up in disbelief. She covered her red face and glared at him. Song Yu stood there with a cold smile on his lips. His lowered eyes were full of hostility. He asked her, "Can a slap make a loud sound? Can a slap make a loud sound?" When this sentence fell into Oelian's ears, it also made a buzzing sound. Wang Xi's mother was furious. "Call his parents over. Let's see how their son dragged his family down. They can forget about staying in Jing City." Song Yu sneered and dialed the number. "You don't have to call them. I'll call them myself." He called Mingguang's number. Unexpectedly, it was a female voice who answered the phone. The voice was light and gentle. "Hello, Yu? Are you coming back?" Song Yu was stunned. "Uncle Aunt?" Mother Ming laughed first. She seemed to be washing fruits. "It's me. Your grandmother plans to cook personally today. I took Mingguang's cell phone and rushed over to the supermarket to help choose vegetables. What's the matter? Do you want me to send someone to pick you up?" Song Yu: "No, nothing. Forget it." Perhaps his aunt was better at dealing with this woman in front of him. He lowered his eyes. "Aunt, can you come to number 1 middle school?" Chapter 37. Mother Ming paused and asked with a smile, Jingxing number 1 middle school? Song Yu nodded and looked at O Ilian and Wang Xi's mother. He said calmly, yes, I'm in some trouble. The teacher wants to call my parents. Call your parents? Mother Ming was obviously confused. The sound of fruit being put on a platter came from the other side of the phone. At this time, the servant came over and said something. After a few words, Mother Ming picked up the phone again and said in a serious tone, Okay, you, wait. I'll drive over right away. Wang Xi's mother stood aside with cold eyes. The slap she got from Song Yu just now was like a thorn stuck in her throat. However, she couldn't fight back like a shrew because of her status. She was happy to see Song Yu's parents come over. Things between adults should be solved in an adult way. Song Yu would regret it for the rest of his life. A child at this age had to see the cruelty of society before he knew how to kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Xi's mother sat down calmly and said with a cold smile, You called your aunt? Don't you have a mother? As expected, you're also a bunch of good-for-nothings. Uneducated people always mix together. My son is really unlucky to have met the two of you. O Ilian felt that the anger in her heart, which had been suppressed by Song Yu these days, was suddenly relieved. Song Yu was under the special care of the principal because of his illness. She was also the head teacher, so she couldn't do anything. She had been swallowing her anger in front of Song Yu. Now that Song Yu had provoked the Wang family, it was really satisfying. She frowned hypocritically and persuaded, Song Yu, let's not talk about what happened to Wang Xi first. Hasn't anyone taught you not to hit people for so many years? Hurry up and apologize to Mrs. Wang. When Song Yu was in a bad mood, every word he said was hard to swallow. He glanced at her and said, Did I hit people? O Ilian's face turned red. You're still scolding people. With the Wang family behind her, she had confidence. She simply said what she wanted to say. Anyway, the fiercer she scolded now, the happier Wang Xi's mother would be. She pointed at his nose angrily. Do you really think you're very powerful? Did he really think he was something? You're so good at fighting and scolding people. Why are you still in school? When your parents come, they'll take you away. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. After so many years, I've seen all kinds of students. People like you can only show off in school. Once you step out into society, let's see who will look up to you. I tried to persuade you nicely, but you just had to listen. You refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. People like you are despicable. Every word was loud and clear, echoing in the office. The dean, who had been silent all this while, could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and said, Teacher-o, don't you think it's a little too much for you to say this to a student? O Ilian was scolding him enthusiastically and had a natural sense of superiority. Teacher Tian, you don't understand. People like him are hopeless. I should have scolded him harshly so that he would remember. When Song Yu heard this, his expression did not change. He treated her words as nonsense. On her delicate and cold face, her pupils were cold. She raised her head and looked at O Ilian. Have you said these words to many students? O Ilian, what does it have to do with you? Song Yu sneered and said in a mocking tone, You're really a cancer in the education world. You like to curry favor so much. Why do you want to be a teacher? Go and be a watchdog for the Wang family. O Ilian was so angry that her face turned white. Song Yu did not want to listen to her anymore. He said calmly, The one who was led to that classroom was Xie Sui. The one who was verbally attacked was Xie Sui. He was also the one who was forced to fight back. If I was there at that time, he would not be lying in the hospital now. He would be lying in the cemetery. Instead of thinking about justice for the students, you're here helping to distort the truth and even dragging me down. Oh, Ilian, are you worthy? Do you still remember the girl who almost committed suicide because of you? If you don't repent, then go to prison and reflect. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they could see through her soul. O Ilian was frozen in place. She stared at Song Yu. Her eyes were wide open and her teeth were trembling. She was frightened, guilty, and in disbelief. How did he know? How did he know? Wang Xi's mother finally couldn't stand it anymore. What do you mean? You want to kill my son? Cemetery. Hearing this, she suddenly stood up. She held a plastic cup of boiling water in her hand and poured it in front of Song Yu's face. The ugliness in her bones was undoubtedly exposed. She gritted her teeth. Hidden murderer. You bitch. You'll die a horrible death. The water was boiling hot. It was destined to leave a scar on the face. She suddenly attacked. Before Song Yu could come back to his senses, he saw the cup of water spinning in the air. Then, his arm was pulled and he took a step back. Someone stood beside him. She was cold and reached out to catch the paper cup. She threw it back mercilessly. Wang Xi's mother immediately covered her face with her hands, but the back of her hands was scalded red. Her eyes were also burned by the hot air. Oilian was dumbfounded. She rushed forward and took out a wet wipe. Mrs. Wang, are you okay? Wang Xi's mother was trembling with anger. You're finished. Song Yu. You uneducated thing. I'll make your family unable to live in Jing City. Song Yu sneered. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open. The sound of high heels stepping in was crisp. At the same time, a woman said coldly, Who do you want to make unable to live in Jing City? Song Yu was stunned and looked back. Aunt? It was his aunt standing at the door. Oilian heard the voice and felt happy. Song Yu's family came? That's great. She felt a deep pleasure of revenge in her heart. In her mind, Song Yu was just a child from an ordinary family. His parents were easy to deal with. But when she turned her head, she was completely stunned. She couldn't see the face of the woman standing at the door because of the reflection of the wall. But she knew that the woman standing at the door had a very special temperament. She was as domineering as Wang Xi's mother, but not as annoying. On the contrary, she was more elegant and bright. She was wearing a smoky gray shirt, a wine-red fishtail skirt, and chestnut curly hair. Her temperament was elegant and charming. She walked in and Oilian saw her face clearly. She wore light makeup on her face. It seemed that she went out casually and her skin was very well maintained. Out of a woman's subconscious reaction, Oilian looked at her quietly and compared herself with her. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and grasped the corner of the table anxiously and fearfully. As soon as she entered the door, Mrs. Meng stepped forward with a sneer and stared at Wang Xi's mother quietly. Uneducated? Who did you just say was uneducated? Wang Xi's mother covered her eyes and didn't look at anyone. She scolded angrily. Can't you see who is uneducated? Your bastard nephew of a murderer, slap. She slapped Wang Xi's mother in the face. After all, the water didn't really enter her eyes. Wang Xi's mother was shocked and angry. She glared and raised her head. But she didn't say a word. The color on her face faded completely. Her anger and resentment had turned into shock. She froze and stared at the woman in front of her. After a long time, she squeezed out a trembling voice from her throat. Yuan? Mrs. Ming, when Yuan, also saw who it was. The smile in her eyes didn't diminish. She mocked and said sarcastically, I was wondering who was so capable to make my family unable to survive in Jing City. It turns out that it was you, Wu Xinmei. Her lipstick was very bright, but her words were very harsh. Uneducated? Do you deserve to say these words? Wang Xi's mother felt that she had been slapped hard, but in front of Wen Yuan, she couldn't say anything. Wen Yuan's life was simply to compare with her. She was born a rich and famous lady. Later, she married into the Ming family, which was well-matched in terms of social status. Her life was smooth. She just didn't expect that Song Yu's aunt was actually Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan curled her lower lip. She drugged him, climbed into his bed, and became a mistress. She married an old man who was 20 years older than her and climbed into the Wang family. Did she really think of herself as someone important? The more Wen Yuan said, the colder her eyes became. You crossed the social class to be a joke to us. Who gave you the nerve to call my nephew a bastard? There was silence in the office. Song Yu was confused by the secrets of the upper-class society in Jing City. Although he knew that his uncle was gentle, and his cousin was irritable like his aunt, he didn't expect that his aunt could be so fierce. Oilian was also dumbfounded. Looking at the aggressive woman in front of her, she felt all kinds of emotions, such as inferiority complex, fear, and even inferiority. You are Song Yu's aunt. Wen Ting's cold gaze swept over Oilian, sizing her up from head to toe. She could almost see through Oh Ilian's nature at a glance. She laughed mockingly. Yes, I'm here to pick up my nephew. I heard he was left in the office. What happened? Tell me. Oh Ilian's face was pale. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak. From Wang Xi's mother's reaction, she could tell that the woman in front of her was not simple. She couldn't afford to offend her at all. So Songyu. She panicked and almost fainted. But staring at Wen Yuan, she forced a smile and said with a pale face, Actually, Songyu didn't do anything. I misunderstood him. I want to apologize to Songyu for wasting so much time. She raised her hand and seemed to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She looked at Songyu and said in a trembling voice, The teacher was too anxious just now. After all, we are classmates and have to spend 3 years together. Wang Xi is still in the hospital, so he didn't choose his words carefully and said something wrong. I hope that Songyu won't take it to heart. Songyu's mouth twitched. He couldn't be bothered with her. Anyway, he had always treated Oh Ilian's words as nonsense. When Yuan tapped the table, I just want to know what happened today. Oh Ilian's face was pale. She stood there helplessly. Beside her, Wang Xi's mother, who had been splashed with water and slapped twice, was in a sorry state. Her initial arrogance was gone. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. When Yuan glanced at her, she flicked her long hair and took a step forward. Facing the head of teaching, who had been invisible from the start to the end, she said very politely, Hello, teacher. I am Songyu's aunt. I hope that you can tell me what happened this afternoon. Thank you. Seeing that things had developed to this point, the head of teaching sighed softly in his heart. He had just received news that there was a fight at Book Mountain House. He didn't expect it to be related to this. Taking off his glasses and wiping them, the head of teaching held back for a long time. In the end, he still straightened his neck and muttered, Songyu and Xie Sui are both in the wrong. Wang Xi, then, you reap what you sow. Wang Xi's mother couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly raised her head and gritted her teeth. My son is lying in the hospital right now. You're telling me that he reap what he sow? The head of teaching's hand that was holding his glasses trembled slightly. His concern for his students overcame his fear of offending the Wang family. He sighed. There are text messages and videos. Wang Xi used Xie Sui's grandmother to threaten him. He lured him to an abandoned classroom and brought people to bully him. Xie Sui injured Wang Xi and escaped. It was Songyu who brought him to the infirmary. That's how the matter started. When Yuan sneered and turned to look at Wang Xi's mother, her face was pale and her eyes were filled with resentment. The Wang family really has a lot of weirdos. Last time, one of them was sent to the police station, and now there's another one? Wang Xi's mother had always been envious, jealous, and afraid of Wen Yuan. However, when it came to her son, she refused to give in. She gritted her teeth. Get your facts straight. The one in the hospital right now is my son. She pointed at Songyu and Xie Sui. Nothing happened to them. When Yuan ignored her, she walked to Songyu's side in her high heels. The aura on her body suddenly became gentle. She smiled. Do you and your friend still have the evidence? Songyu tilted his head and looked at Xie Sui. Xie Sui took out her phone very naturally. She finished watching the video expressionlessly. When Yuan suppressed her anger and took a deep breath, she turned to Wang Xi's mother and said, Just watch. Wang Xi is still underage. Even if he doesn't go to jail, I'll send him to the detention center. This kind of scum shouldn't appear in a pure place like the school. Wang Xi's mother was completely flustered at this moment. The last time Wang Beidan was arrested for drug abuse, the Wang family had been avoiding the limelight during this period of time. They didn't dare to cause trouble. At this juncture, her son was targeted by the Ming family. She thought of the things Wang Xi had done under her doting. Regret and fear crept into her heart. She only had this one son. He was the only person she could rely on in the Wang family. No, this matter is just a child's play. Wen Yuan, enough. Don't harp on it. When Yuan smiled, aren't you the one who's harping on it? You insist on detaining Yu and calling the parents. All right, the parents are here. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Every word was like a knife stabbing into her heart. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Wang Xi's mother's eyes were filled with extreme regret. She was furious, and her eyes were red. Thinking of everything that had happened today, she turned around and slapped Oilian. Her eyes were red as she shouted angrily, "It's you! It's you! If it weren't for your inability to take care of students, would my son have fallen to this state? Slap. Stupid, vicious, and blind. It's all your fault." Oilian was stunned by the slap. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. She looked at Songyu in a daze. Her mind was blank, and her teeth were chattering. At this moment, Mingguang's voice came from outside the office. It was quite loud. "Mom, what's going on? Why did you take so long to pick someone up?" Behind him, a group of people walked over. It was the principal and a few school leaders. They were surrounding an elegant man in a suit and leather shoes. They were all full of smiles, and their mouths were dry as they tried to find a topic to talk about. The mayor's sudden visit to the school, even if it wasn't an inspection arranged by the higher-ups, made them breathe a sigh of relief. They followed him and talked about the school's work in a dignified manner. Mingguang was a last-minute transfer. He was dressed in a shirt and trousers, looking very homely. As soon as he entered the office, he came over like a big boy. "You should return my phone to me. How old am I? Why are you still doing this? Aren't you childish?" When Yuan rolled his eyes, Mingguang said, "What's going on with you?" Dad called the principal, but the principal didn't know. He just came directly to the school to see you. When Yuan sneered, "It's the Wang family's doing." Oilian stared blankly at the group of people entering the office. The man who was surrounded by a group of school leaders. Song Yu's uncle. She felt a chill spread from the soles of her feet. Regret and despair drowned her like seawater. Her limbs were cold, and her head was devoid of oxygen. Her voice was lost and trembling. "Mayor, Mayor?" She felt the world spinning. The only thought in her mind was, "It's over. It's completely over." Chapter 38. It wasn't just Oilian. Wang Xi's mother was also petrified. Her whole body was cold and her hands couldn't help but tremble. The man in front of her was too familiar. He appeared on the political news of Jing City TV station every day. It was hard not to recognize him. She felt breathless, and the regret in her mind was like a tide, drowning her layer by layer. She knew her son's character. He came to Jing City to denounce the school and didn't care about the truth at all. She didn't expect that he would provoke the Ming family. Mayor Ming came in. The principal was talking about the evaluation and didn't understand the situation. When he saw Oilian, he smiled and said, "This is Oilian, Yu's form teacher. She's a senior English teacher who has taught for many years. She's also one of the candidates for this year's Provincial Outstanding Teacher Selection." When Oilian heard this, she held her breath and forced a smile on her pale face. She looked at Songyu eagerly. Her eyes were full of deep pleading and regret. Songyu ignored her and turned to chat with his cousin. Mingguang smiled faintly. "Didn't you come here to study hard? You're called in your parents in the first week?" Songyu was expressionless. "The form teacher is crazy." Mingguang suddenly remembered the crazy teacher. He pointed at Oilian and raised his eyebrows. "She's the one." He cursed and shouted at Mayor Ming. "Dad, it's her. The weird scum I told you about in the car. The Education Bureau is too slow. Can you get rid of her today?" When Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and pulled his ear. "Shut up if you don't know how to talk." Hearing Mingguang's words, the principal's smile froze. The principal's smiling face slowly froze. He was so confused that he couldn't continue. He had said all this just to take credit for it. What happened to Oilian? Oilian trembled like a sieve and rubbed her eyes with her hands. Her eyes were already red and she said in a trembling voice, "No, today. I can explain what happened today. Here, I solemnly apologize to classmate Songyu. As a form teacher, the greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. Today, I was muddle-headed and said a lot of inappropriate things." The principal opened his mouth. "Teacher O?" Mayor Ming frowned and glanced at the dazed Oilian without saying anything. He tilted his head and said meaningfully to the principal, "This year, the Provincial Department of Education has issued a document about the teachers' ethics files. and it has been included as an important reference. I think number 1 high school should change the recommendation of another teacher. Mayor Ming said slowly, I know that high school teachers are under a lot of pressure because of the enrollment rate and public opinion. But no matter how much pressure they are under, it should not be used as an excuse to curry favor with those in power, to not be able to distinguish right from wrong, and to insult or even trample on the dignity of students. With every word he said, Ilian's face turned paler. The principal was also a little embarrassed by the criticism. He nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Mayor Ming took a deep look at Ilian. A few days ago, I received an anonymous report about what happened when Teacher O was teaching. It was a serious matter, and it was reported to the police. Inform the Academic Affairs Office to cancel her classes for the next few days and replace her with another English teacher. Report to the police. These 5 words were like thunder. Ilian could no longer pretend. Her eyes were red and she broke down. Mayor, I'm not targeting Songyu today. I didn't know he was your nephew. Mingguang was so angry that he laughed. He felt that this woman was hopelessly stupid. Did she really have an IQ in her 20s? Songyu's thoughts were similar to his. Looking into her desperate eyes, he smirked and said sarcastically, Are you crazy? You still can't figure out why you're in this situation? You've done too many evil things in the past, and it's just payback. Songyu stared at her and sneered. If I wanted to have special privileges, I could have told you to get lost on the first day. Was there a need to be so disgusted by you? He walked the path of socialism, civilized and ruled by law. He did not like to have special privileges. However, this idiot did not understand. Songyu's eyes were light-colored. Under the light, they were brown and cold. They were shockingly beautiful. If I wanted to have special privileges, I could have told you to get lost on the first day. Ilian couldn't say a word in her throat. It was as if she had been slapped in the face. It was engraved in her bones, and she would never forget it. Her mind was blank. Fear and fear were densely packed like needles, wrapping around her heart. How ridiculous. She had always targeted Songyu and said mean things to him. She thought she was better than him and used the adult concepts of society, class, and power to humiliate him. However, she did not know that Songyu had always been one of the people she desperately tried to curry favor with. So, what was he thinking when he heard her words? Despair, and regret were entangled with embarrassment and embarrassment. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. Tears kept falling from her eyes. She was exhausted and looked like she was about to faint. She was just a small character. No one would care about her. Songyu was disgusted by Ilian. While his uncle and the principal were still discussing other things, he pulled Xiesui out first. They stood in the corridor of the teaching building. The moon was bright and the wind was gentle, blowing away a lot of hostility. Songyu felt that he was really unlucky. He wanted to study in Jing City No. 1 middle school peacefully and be a straight-A student. However, people came to him one after another and turned him into a school bully. He wanted to hide his identity and accompany Xiesui for 3 years. However, Ilian and the Wang family forced him to reveal himself. What the hell? No. He had to cover up. Xiesui was suddenly pulled out by him. She was a little confused about what Songyu wanted to do. Being pulled to a corner, she naturally took a step back and leaned against the railing. She looked down at him quietly. Songyu wanted to say something but stopped. He frowned and thought hard about how to say it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Later, his face was so cold that it looked like he wanted to kill someone. This expression, did he ask me out to fight? Xiesui curled her lower lip. However, looking at Songyu's hesitation and irritation, and thinking a little bit about what happened today, she almost figured out all his thoughts. Did Songyu think that in his eyes, she had always been a hard-working student from an ordinary family? Xiesui felt that it was interesting and deliberately teased him. She slowly withdrew her arm that was pulled by the corner of his clothes. The moonlight was slightly cold. The young man's face was hidden in the shadows and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, there was always an inexplicable atmosphere between the two, which alienated them a little. Songyu was stunned for a few seconds. Then he immediately raised his head and looked at Xiesui. He hurriedly said, My family is actually in a city. My parents are running a small business. When I came to Jing City to study, I failed to enter high school because my grades were too bad. So I came to rely on my uncle. So in fact, my family is not as powerful as you think. You don't have to worry too much. Although he was not afraid of the system, he always felt that revealing his true identity would be a trap in the future. The Song family was running a small business. He really dared to say that. Xie Sui still could not bear to see him in a dilemma. She smiled and her eyes were dark. You called me out just to tell me this? Song Yu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Suddenly, he thought of something. Wait. No. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, a city, the Ming family, and his uncle were all obvious keywords. Based on Xie Sui's methods in the book, she would find out after returning to the Xie family. So there was no need to hide it. Song Yu, damn. System, come back quickly. I'm done. After a long silence, he gave up. Yes, I'm afraid that you will think that I'm a pervert. You will think that the gap between us is too big, so you won't play with me anymore and will distance yourself from me. Xie Sui smiled and commented, You have a lot of inner drama. Song Yu widened his eyes and asked, Then why did you slap my hand just now? And your face was cold? Oh, he was pretending. Xie Sui did not talk about this matter and only said, I won't. Song Yu. What? Xie Sui. I won't distance myself from you. After saying that, he felt that it was funny, but he still patiently smiled and said softly, You are unique when you come to my side. No label in the world can cover up your uniqueness. Family background, appearance, and past can't. You are only you, Song Yu. With hope and light, you came to my 15-year-old bide pan. However, Song Yu did not think about the meaning in his tone at all. He had completely forgotten about the system now and confessed his inner thoughts to Xie Sui. I didn't say my identity because I felt that it was too stupid. I kept mentioning that my uncle is the mayor all day long. It's asking for a beating. Look at Wang Xi. He's so arrogant, but he's the only one in class. Some people rush to curry favor with him, but most people don't dare to come into contact with him. Song Yu looked up. His light-colored eyes reflected the starlight, clear and bright, and continued speaking. Actually, I just want to quietly study and accompany you through these 3 years. I study hard and improve seriously. I have strict or kind teachers, enthusiastic or shy classmates, simple and happy. Accompany you through these 3 years. These words melted in his chest like honey. He experienced the sweetness and heat that he hadn't felt in a long time. It burned his heart. Xie Sui's lips curled up, and her eyes were full of smiles. Then, of course, I'll do as you wish, and not just for 3 years. After Song Yu finished speaking, he calmed down. He didn't know if the Qin family's top student would transfer over after what happened to the Wang family, but who cares? With him around, scum can retreat. After dealing with Ilian's matter and explaining it clearly, Song Yu sat in the car on the way home, and his entire body relaxed. When Yuan sat in the front passenger seat, he tilted his head and asked with a smile, Yu, was that your deskmate just now? He's really good-looking. I've seen so many people, but I've never seen anyone with a better temperament than this child. If he's a friend, you can ask him to come over next time. I quite like this child. Since he had already spoken, there was no need to hide his identity. Song Yu said, Then, I'll ask him. He leaned against the car seat. He was bored anyway, so he planned to directly send a message to ask. However, after editing for a long time, he deleted, and changed it. Meng Guang watched from the side and clicked his tongue twice. You're asking your friend to come over to play. It's like asking your girlfriend to meet your parents. Why are you thinking so much? There are too many reasons to ask him out to play. Do you want to come over to my house to play games tomorrow? How straightforward. When Yuan scolded him, What game? Don't lead you astray. Song Yu was also unhappy. He was used to pretending to be a top student in school, and he couldn't change his character at home. What game? Is it difficult to do homework? Thus, he edited the message. It was simple and sincere. Do you want to come over to my house to do homework tomorrow? Meng Guang. Chapter 39. Mengguang clutched his chest and didn't dare to look anymore. He felt as if his soul had been attacked. His cousin's message was as pure and innocent as a primary school student's. It made him feel like an old beast who had been tainted by society. Song Yu held his phone for a long time, thinking that Xie Sui would probably reject him, right? After all, every time he invited Xie Sui to the apartment for a meal, she would always reject him. Moreover, her rejection was usually less than 3 words. After a while, Xie Sui replied with a message. Okay. Sure enough, she didn't say more than 3 words, but she actually agreed. Song Yu was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll send you the address. See you tomorrow morning. Mengguang looked at his expression and thought of his youth that he couldn't go back to. He said sourly, I'm just asking a classmate to do homework. You make it sound like you're asking the school bell out. Do you have to be so happy? When Yuan rolled her eyes in the front passenger seat, she ran her hands through her long hair and said coldly, You can keep your rubbish thoughts to yourself. Don't say them out loud and harm your cousin. If you mess around, I'll break your legs. Mayor Ming, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. He said, You, don't listen to your cousin. At your age, it's right for you to do homework together. Mengguang was scolded by his parents. He touched his nose resentfully and said unhappily, What did I say? How is that messing around? Boring, Mom. You're really boring. Song Yu was in a particularly good mood. He stared at him leisurely and smiled. He said meaningfully, I didn't manage to ask the school bell out, but I did manage to ask the school bell out. Mengguang was no longer angry. Instead, he became interested. Amazing. He continued to ask, But your deskmate is indeed quite good-looking. What about you? Did you become the school bell? The school bell and the class bell? He can't have all 3, right? Oh no, you want to be the top student. Song Yu, sorry to disturb you. Instead of becoming the school hunk and class hunk, you became the school bully. Of course, he did not dare to say these things in front of his uncle and aunt. He avoided the important points and dwelled on the trivial ones. He answered Mengguang's first question. Although I'm on par with Xie Sui, I don't like to be in the limelight. The girls in school haven't noticed me yet, so I haven't been rated as the best. Mengguang was amused. Then their eyesight is really bad. How about this? I'll judge you as the most handsome man in the city, and let my dad be the official witness to help you get back some face. Song Yu couldn't stop laughing. Although it's true to its name, it's still not very good. Everyone in the car laughed. On the way to the city center, the neon lights flashed outside the window. It was warm and pleasant. After returning home, the whole family had a joyous meal together. After dinner, Grandmother Ming asked about her life during the first week of school. Song Yu got stuck in his shell and then stumbled. He described his high school life as a combination of classrooms and an apartment. In any case, it was just hard work. It was simple and fulfilling. If it weren't for the fact that his family knew about his grades, he might have established the image of a conscientious top student. He went upstairs to his room. Song Yu finished a paper. He lay on his bed and played with his phone. First, he went to harass Xie Sui. What homework do you have left to do? The other side replied very quickly. Look at you. I've already finished. Song Yu was dumbfounded. He typed furiously. You've already finished? You've already finished it on Friday night? Then why did you come to my house to do homework? Xie Sui. To tutor you. To complete my goal for the new semester. Xie Sui's goal for the new semester. To help her deskmate win first place in the city. Song Yu. Why did he feel a little touched in his heart? Okay, he would do his best to win first place. Otherwise, he would be letting down Xie Sui's trust and effort. After he logged out, Song Yu glanced at it and felt a twinge of conscience. For the first time, he clicked on Ma Xiaoting's gloomy profile picture of Sadako and took the initiative to send him a message. Your husband, brother you? A question mark was enough to express his concern. It was neither rude nor awkward. It was perfect, probably because straight men all had similar thoughts. Ma Xiaoting didn't know what was going on in his brain. He read Song Yu's deep concern behind the question mark at a glance. He first whined and then sobbed. Sadako, don't forget Well Digger. Thank you. Brother UQWQ, I'm fine QWQ. I survived my father's attack QWQ. He finally knew how to use a big button. He felt very novel and proud. He insisted on using 3 buttons in one sentence. Your husband, brother you. Speak properly. Sadako, don't forget well digger. QWQ. Your husband, brother you. Ma shouting quivered. His style finally returned to normal. Sadako, don't forget well digger. But I think you might be in trouble. Although I told them to shut up and not to rat you out, I still think you might be in trouble. But someone was recording your fight. Now, the video has probably been circulated on the forum. The dean might investigate you. Brother you. Be careful. Candle. Regarding the dean of teaching, Songyu wasn't worried about this. After what happened to Wang Ci and Oilian, Master Miju would definitely have a headache. He wouldn't be able to divert his attention to them. Thinking of the forum, Songyu frowned. He logged in and went to take a look. Today's fight between Book Mountain House and Gaofeng had already attracted a lot of attention. After this fight, basically the entire forum knew that he was the person behind the ID your husband, brother you. All kinds of proud posts about Yang Yang and confessions of fangirls floated on the homepage. In the past, he was a virtual troll. Now, he was a handsome and strong school bully. Suddenly, the forum exploded. There were a lot of people shouting through the air. Brothers who wanted to fight brother you and beat him up, come and get a number. Brothers who say that brother you is ugly, short, and weak, come, post a photo. Sisters upstairs, why are you so polite? Tisk, I'll just shout stupid troll, come out and get beaten up. Of course, there was also a group of people who were like this. Brother you won. What about those who gave their virginity, first kiss, car, and house? I've already anonymously told the principal that he will receive a Maserati within 3 days. You guys can do as you see fit. No, brother, sister, cry, 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 cry. I'm good for nothing. I have to give my first time to my wife, cry, 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 cry. You're good for nothing? It's okay. Give me your virginity. I'll use your back. This is a student forum. I suggest that the moderator ban the above posts for a week. Return the green sky to my forum. Song Yu's mouth twitched. He hurriedly glanced at the posts floating on the forum and didn't pay much attention to them. This time, he came back because he was a little curious about the post that Xie Sui mentioned. The future is like the sea. Sui Yu is at peace. Why did the name sound so crazy? Song Yu's fingers paused on the screen for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and clicked on it. The main post declaration was especially awesome. My husband, brother you. I found you a husband. Are you happy? Song Yu. I don't like it, sister. He had seen it once, but he still felt suffocated when he looked at it now. Forget it. He would look at it next time. He didn't intend to accept these messy things for the time being. Song Yu put down his phone and went to sleep. This morning, the sky was not as clear as it was a few days ago. It was overcast and looked like it was going to rain. Song Yu slept until 9 o'clock. When he woke up, he was still a little sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and remembered that he had an appointment with Xie Sui to do homework today. His movements instantly stiffened and his expression changed. He quickly washed up and changed his clothes, put on his slippers, and ran downstairs. At this time, his grandmother was usually watering the flowers in the yard. Grandma, is someone looking for me today? He pushed open the door and was stunned. In the garden, Grandmother Ming and Xie Sui were standing together and chatting. There were many jasmine flowers in the yard. The green and white flowers were fresh and elegant. Xie Sui was wearing a shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing half of his arm. He was helping Grandmother Ming water the flowers. The young man was tall and had exquisite facial features. He was a natural scenery in the garden. Grandmother Ming seemed to be very satisfied with Xie Sui. Her eyes were full of smiles. She said, "You're Yu's deskmate. I might have to trouble you to take care of Yu for the next year. He's not in good health. I'm always worried that something will happen to him at school. Sigh, it's all because I was soft-hearted and couldn't persuade him to stay in school." Xie Sui was stunned. He tilted his head and asked, "Not in good health? What illness is it?" To him in his previous life, Song Yu was just a stranger who had some interactions with him. In his vague impression, He vaguely remembered that he was not in good health. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, at that time, the Song family was in decline. They were developing overseas and gradually faded out of the top circle of a city. A sick third young master Song was not worthy of his attention. He was the head of the Xie family at that time. Xie Sui frowned slightly. Since Song Yu came to Jing City, she had been looking for trouble every few days. He almost forgot that he was sick. He only remembered when his grandmother mentioned it. Grandmother Ming sighed and shook her head. Who knows? Yu fell into the water when he was young. His health has never improved since. For so many years, so many doctors in the country and abroad have not given a specific diagnosis. Some doctors even said that it was a mental illness. Don't be fooled by his lively appearance now. When he really has an illness, he'll be very weak. It's like a cold, but it's not. He'll be delirious and can scare people to death. Now that his condition is stable and there are fewer episodes, I'm relieved. Grandmother Ming thought for a while and added, You don't have to worry too much. Xie Sui smiled and nodded. Okay. She lowered her head, but her eyes were a little dazed. Song Yu shouted Xie Sui from a distance and interrupted their conversation. Studying at home was too inefficient. In the end, Song Yu suggested that they go to the library. Xie Sui was there to tutor him, so she naturally followed his suggestion. Grandmother Ming sent them out and frowned. It's going to rain. Isn't it good to study at home? Why do you have to go outside? Song Yu stood outside the carved iron gate and said clearly, The library is good for people to concentrate. Grandmother Ming said angrily, Don't work so hard. You've regressed since you came to Jing City. Song Yu tooted and turned to Xie Sui. I'm counting on you, Teacher Xie. Don't let my grades deteriorate. Xie Sui was thinking about his illness. She glanced at him with her dark eyes and said lightly, There's no room for your grades to deteriorate. Show some respect when you speak. She was furious because of her incompetence. Believe it or not, I'll call a car full of people to beat you up. Yesterday, he said that he would not seek special privileges and follow socialism. Chapter 40. His noisy voice brought Xie Sui back to her senses, and she temporarily put aside the matter of her illness. She tilted her head and met Song Yu's light brown eyes, which were now surging with anger. Her eyes were clear and bright. She was obviously angry, but he felt that she was cute. After getting along with him these days, Xie Sui was really good at dealing with him. She ignored his threat and only smiled and asked, Which subject are we going to study today? Song Yu, He immediately swallowed his anger. When it came to studying, he would think of the monthly exam. When he thought of the monthly exam, he thought of the image of a top student that Father Song had set for him, so he settled down. Song Yu scratched his head. Language. I still have some homework left. The city library was not even close to the school, so Song Yu simply took a taxi to the school. On weekends, many students lived far away and did not go home. In the school library, the reading room on the first floor was full, and there were basically no seats. They were all senior high school students. Let's go to the second floor. Song Yu did not want to squeeze with them. There were relatively fewer people on the second floor, so they chose a corner. Song Yu placed his homework on the table. As soon as he sat down, he saw that it was raining outside the window. The sky was misty, and the whole school was particularly quiet. The summer rain was very heavy, and the sound came from outside the window, and the water dripped through the window. Song Yu held a pen. Everything he did before he started studying was interesting. He was in high spirits. This is the first time I've seen rain in Jing City. Xie Sui glanced outside and replied faintly, Yes. Song Yu noticed that he was not in high spirits, so he asked, You don't like rainy days? Xie Sui never liked to share his emotions with others. He just wanted to say something perfunctory, but he gave up. He smiled and said, Yes, I don't like rainy days. Rainy days would bring back bad memories. It seemed that when he died, it was also rainy. He did not want to say more about this matter. Xie Sui said, Give me all the papers you did yesterday. Okay. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Song Yu naturally didn't ask further. Although he was here to do his language homework, he always liked to overestimate himself. He thought that if he could finish his homework in half an hour, he would have nothing to do. So he even brought a math exercise book with the test papers tucked inside. Here you go. I've written down every question on this paper. His tone was a little smug. Xiesui took it and chuckled. You wrote a solution? Songyu, are you clear about this? I'm now your target for the semester. The person you support. Before he could get angry, Xiesui took the initiative to strike first. She held a pin to Songyu's lips and said elegantly, "Noise is prohibited here." Songyu was speechless. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head and began to do her language homework. At the beginning of the first year of high school, the homework assigned was quite easy. The only troublesome thing was the weekly essay. After all, the language teacher was a very sentimental middle-aged man who asked them to write down their target for the semester when school started. The essay topic he gave them this time was also very artistic. Never forget, there will be an echo. 8 words. The topic was self-written, and the idea was self-selected. Before the holidays, he specifically emphasized that if they could find it on the internet, so could I. This sentence cut off their opportunistic thoughts. Songyu was the most afraid of writing essays. Biting the pen for a long time, he took these 8 words as his topic. Never forget, there will be an echo. He only said that the topic was self-written. He didn't say that they couldn't copy it. Okay, 8 words. 1% completed. But did the topic count as a word count? Forget it. He didn't want to think so much. Songyu went to Baidu and copied its meaning. Sure, he got 30 words. He tried to figure out the word count. Xiesui was over there, flipping through his paper very carefully. After flipping through it, she took a pen and began to write in her notebook. Songyu was writing his essay. His thoughts were scattered everywhere, and he harassed him. Are you writing a study plan for me? Xiesui. Notes. Songyu. Mathematics notes? I did this myself. He had asked Xiesui about the Wayne diagram last time. Xiesui held the pen and didn't look up. Middle school content. Your foundation and functions is very messy. Songyu. Oh. He stumbled and finally wrote 800 words. He studied the 4 words, never forget, in depth. On how to read, he listed more than 10 possibilities and feasibility. He didn't know if the teacher was satisfied, but he was very satisfied. After writing Songyu, he was very sleepy. I'll sleep for half an hour. Wake me up when it's time. Xiesui. Okay. The lights in the library were turned on. It was warm and bright. It was very quiet here. There was only the rustling of Xiesui's writing on the opposite side. After he fell asleep, she deliberately softened her movements. The sound of the rain outside became softer. The environment was comfortable and comfortable. But Songyu didn't sleep very well this time. Last time, he dreamed of an island, a blue sky, and a sea. These words sounded bright, but in the dream, they were cold and depressing, accompanied by gunshots and blood. This time, the dream was intermittent, but he was no longer an outsider. In a high-end villa, there were gorgeous chandeliers, melodious piano music, and wine glasses gently clinking. A group of socialites in evening gowns were toasting each other. Their smiles were expectant and nervous, and their voices were full of yearning. The most he heard was "thank you." It was like a banquet to welcome someone. In front of the villa, the manor's gate carved with iron flowers opened, and a black limousine drove in. But he only saw the car door open, and it seemed like someone was walking out. But before he could even see the person's face clearly, the scene in the dream changed to a rainy night. The rain was pouring down, and the whole sky was hanging low, pressing down heavily. A young man stumbled out of an apartment. His school uniform was splattered with bright red blood, just like his red eyes, fierce and crazy. After taking a few steps, the young man's footsteps slowed down. His tall and straight body was like bamboo that snapped in an instant. He bent down, holding onto a pillar, and couldn't help but vomit. Songyu was woken up by someone. Half an hour is up. Songyu woke up, still feeling a little dazed. The rain outside hadn't stopped. There were many more people in the library. He stared blankly at the person in front of him for a long time. He wanted to say something, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. It was a silent and depressing rainy day. He looked at Xiesui's dark and deep eyes and said uncomfortably, "Are you hungry?" Xiesui didn't expect him to ask about this as soon as he woke up. She handed him the finished notes in her hand and said in amusement, "There's a cake shop outside." Songyu nodded. It wasn't time for dinner yet. "Let's go eat something first." When they entered the cake shop, many people looked in their direction. They found a place to sit down. Xiesui said, "I'll go buy something. You sit down first." Songyu looked up and saw that there were a lot of people in line, so he agreed. While waiting, Songyu was bored and turned on his phone. He clicked in and out of a few apps. His gaze fell on the screen, but his heart wasn't there. Songyu's mind was still filled with the dream just now. He didn't like rainy days? He probably didn't like rainy days. Rainy days were Xiesui's unlucky days. The few times his life collapsed, it was always rainy days. In gentle control, although Gongyi's attitude was ambiguous and his words and actions were too intimate, Xiesui had always treated him purely as a friend, his only friend. He was born in a poor environment, but his heart was unexpectedly pure. He never thought of those disgusting things. A little bit of kindness and gentleness was infinitely magnified and carefully treasured. So when he graduated from high school, he was studied medicine and was tricked into working with Wang Ci. How desperate was he? He recognized the ferocious face of his good friend. He also recognized the truth of his loneliness. Songyu's heart was stifled. It was extremely uncomfortable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He wanted to go to the hospital to press Wang Ci down on the bed and beat him up again. At this time, he clicked on the forum. His gaze was attracted by a newly posted post. "I'm jealous. Other people have school hunks to study with when they are 15 years old, but I have nothing." There were 2 photos on the main page. It was of him and Xiesui. Xiesui was writing while he was sleeping. In the corner of the library, the light gently shone down. Xiesui was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. His side profile was handsome and cold. In the photo, his eyelashes were long and slender. He had an indescribable temperament. He was sleeping on the table, only half of his black head showing. The person who took the photo was sitting on the other side of the second floor of the library. From her angle, the rest of his body was blocked by the bookshelves. She couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. 1-1. Godxia? 2-1. Fuck. 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 Who is Godxia in the library with? 3-1. OP, your photography skills are too bad. For 1. Are there any sisters in the library? I think this looks like the second floor. Hurry up and help us take a look. I don't believe that brother you was cheated on. 5-1. You're thinking too much. Will people who study in the library on the weekend read the forum? 6-1. The drumstick in my hand suddenly doesn't smell good. TUD 7-1. My happy little Geo is gradually stopping. 8-1. Sob sob sob. Other people's weekend. Other people's 15 years old. 9-1. OP, take a clearer picture. Let me see who it is. 15 LOP? Underscore? Sisters above. I'm sorry. I went to the toilet and they left. But I asked someone and they seem to have gone to the Gatehouse cake shop. I'll chase after them and help you take a photo. Oh, Godxia is also a little brother, not his girlfriend. Also, I remember his clothes. Wait for my good news. The building that was originally filled with jealousy began to change its style at this time. A boy? Is he the hot guy I think he is? Of course, the girls had a tacit understanding of the CP, but the boys had no sense of presence. They didn't expect it to be Songyu. The boys entered the building and cursed. The resentment of being single for many years was not a joke. 36-1. Who is this? Is he studying or dating? 37-1. Disgusting. He even ate cake. Aren't the 2 guys sick of each other? Vomit, 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 vomit. 38-1. OP, take a photo. Hurry up and take a photo. Publicly executing him. I'm so angry. I also want the city's #1 to study with me. Songyu was expressionless. Suddenly, a flash lit up on his right. It was directed in his direction. He turned his head and saw a girl with a ponytail wearing #1 middle school's uniform. She probably only realized that she forgot to turn off the flash after taking the photo. She was so embarrassed that she buried her head in the pile of books and didn't dare to look at him. Songyu didn't say anything. He lowered his head and continued reading the post. 41. I took a photo. I feel that. It's a little familiar. 41L. Let me see who's so shameless. I'm working so hard to finish my homework. What are they doing? Disgusting. Disgusting. Quick. Post the picture. Once it's posted, brothers, put the word shameless in the reply. 42-1. Photo. The photo was of a young man sitting at the side of the cake shop. He was absent-mindedly playing with his phone. His hair was light and soft, and his skin was fair. He looked obedient but had a cold expression. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. At the same time, 43-1. Your husband brother you. For a moment, the lively post was silent. Then, the forum was in an uproar. The screen was full of ha 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 ha, and brother you is so handsome. At this moment, someone touched Q41L's brother. The photo is out. Brother 41L, say something. It's the ID Longbow not afraid of long. 57-1. Longbow not afraid of long. Handsome. 58-1. Longbow not afraid of long. Who wouldn't praise him for being handsome? Every word seemed to come from trembling hands. The replies below were very uniform. There was a row. Embarrassing. Chapter 41. Song Yu raised his head and looked at the girl opposite him. She was looking at him with an enigmatic smile, but when she met his gaze, she immediately lowered her head and raised the English book in her hand to cover her face. Was there a point? Song Yu pursed his lips and ignored her. His gaze fell on the post again. After the 41L post owner was ridiculed by the group, someone found the main topic. After all, they were in front of the main character, so they didn't dare to be too crazy. They suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts and typed a line of words, asking in a lively and romantic manner, Brother you, are you and Godsia studying together? Are you preparing for the monthly exam? Bared teeth, shy. Song Yu was bored from waiting and replied to her. 121L your husband brother you. He tutored me. The forum erupted in screams. Ah! Sob 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 sob, what kind of day is it today? I suddenly have motivation again. Help me up, I can still do 2 math papers. Fuck. Don't scare brother you away. Go to the private building. The style here is more normal. Everyone turned the tide and saved the scene. Asked, Brother you, are you going to study hard? Song Yu's eyelids drooped. Wasn't this nonsense? Since the start of school, when had he not studied hard? Was it because of his identity as a troll that this group of people misunderstood him? He felt that he needed to explain himself. Thus, Song Yu calmly said a sentence on this forum, which was rare for him. He taught by example and his tone was mocking. I have always studied hard. Why don't you study in high school and fight instead? Across the internet, the group of people, sorry. After the shock, they were filled with deep regret. Looking at their unfinished papers, for a moment, they felt that they didn't deserve to breathe the air of number 1 high school. The school bullies were studying hard? What right did they have to be on this forum? Matcha, do you like it? At this time, Xie Sui came back from the queue and sat opposite him. Song Yu put away her phone and saw the small and attractive cake in his hand. Her eyes widened slightly. I like it. Other than peppermint, his favorite flavor was probably matcha. Strange, Xie Sui didn't ask him what he liked when they went there. Song Yu praised from the bottom of his heart. Our hearts are really connected. Xie Sui smiled and did not deny it. She stuck the fork in his mouth and passed it to him. Last time, when he accompanied Song Yu to the supermarket, he basically knew what he liked. There was no need to ask. Have you read the notes? Song Yu forked a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. When she heard his words, her body stiffened. She stared at him blankly with her fork in her mouth. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ever since he had that dream, he had been feeling uneasy. How could he continue reading? Instead, he played with his phone and browsed through the forums. Xie Sui looked at him. Song Yu's lips were very light. With a little cream on them and a fork in her mouth, she felt inexplicably clean and seductive. Xie Sui looked away and said with a smile, Don't cry to me when the results of the monthly exam are out. Song Yu swallowed the cake in his mouth and felt quite embarrassed. He hurriedly said, No, I've never cried in my life. I'll memorize everything you wrote for me when I go back. Xiesui originally said it for fun, but when she heard him deny it, her eyes narrowed. A bad feeling arose in her heart. For example, what would Song Yu look like when he cried? Of course, this thought disappeared in a flash. He remembered that Song Yu was very concerned about this monthly exam. What will you do if you do badly? Xiesui asked as they walked out of the cake shop and opened the umbrella. Song Yu forgot about the sky and muttered, I'll be called back by my dad, and you'll never see me again. Xiesui. She tightened her grip on the umbrella. Xiesui paused for a moment and tilted her head with a smile. I'll make a study plan for you. Although her tone was light, it was irresistible. You can stop with the sea of questions for now. It was a waste of time. Song Yu. Huh? He went home with a dumbfounded expression. When he said goodbye to Xiesui, he still didn't understand why Xiesui suddenly stopped him from doing the questions. What was this person doing? Depriving him of the right to study? Was she afraid that he would steal first place from him? Monday, school. After the morning reading time, the language class representative came to collect homework. Song Yu finally found out the girl's name. She was called Jiang Chunian. Her name was quite poetic. When they were about to receive their group, Ma Shouting shook his desk behind him. Brother Yu, what did you write in the essay? Can I see it? Ma Shouting loved language. He didn't have the fate of being a straight-A student, but he had a straight-A student's disease. He especially liked communicating about language homework. Song Yu was very satisfied with his essay. It was both deep and broad. It was simply a masterpiece. He took out his essay book and threw it behind him. He even warned him proudly, you're only allowed to admire it. You're not allowed to use it for reference. Okay. Ma Shouting opened it excitedly. When he saw the title, he was stunned for a moment. After reading the full text, he was already listless. His voice was trembling. Brother Yu, why do I feel that you're a little off topic? Did you not listen to Old Wang in class? Old Wang was their language teacher. Song Yu frowned. Isn't it just those 8 words? I slept for a while in language class that day and didn't listen to what he said in the beginning. Ma Shouting wailed and lamented. Brother Yu, these 8 words were randomly picked by Old Wang. It's just a literary topic. It's not the content of the essay. Do you still remember the 300-word semester goal that we handed in? Old Wang said, if you never forget it, there will be an echo. There will be rewards for persevering. The content of the essay is for us to talk about how we plan to achieve the goal. Song Yu, Ma Shouting. This time, it's linked to the previous one. It can be written in a diary. The theme is how to strive towards the goal. This question of yours has deviated to the moon. Song Yu, damn, why didn't anyone tell him about this? He tilted his head and saw Xiesui sleeping. He leaned over and immediately poked his arm with a pin. Xiesui, wake up. It's time to collect homework. Did you finish your essay yesterday? Xiesui was deskmate with Song Yu. He had almost made up for all the sleep that he had not slept in his previous life. However, he was not very sleepy. When he was woken up, his black eyes were especially clear when he opened his eyes. However, his voice was slightly hoarse and nasal. Yes, I did. Song Yu was eager to verify. What did you write? He tried to recall. Xiesui supported his arm and sat up. He said slowly, Song Yu was dumbfounded. Did the 3 of them have the same assignment? You wrote about me? That's off topic. It's not off topic. Xiesui's voice had a hint of a smile. He had just woken up and sounded lazy and low. He stared at Song Yu and said naturally, my goal for the new semester is you. I can't forget you. It's not off topic. Song Yu, after Ma Shouting heard this, she concluded, that's right. Godxie is already sitting at the top of the school. He doesn't need a plan at all. His goal last time was to help Brother Yu with your studies. There's nothing wrong with writing about you. Jiang Chunian received their group at this time. When he heard Ma Shouting's words, he laughed. What do you mean who wrote who? She was wearing her school uniform. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and some strands of hair fell around her ears. She looked youthful and pretty. Her skin was fair and rosy, and there were 2 small dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was holding a pile of paper in her arms. She looked quiet and scholarly. Ma Xiaoting blushed strangely and stammered, unable to speak. Shi Bowen helped to explain. Nothing. Godxia wrote about Brother Yu. Jiang Chunyan's eyes lit up. Question mark. The class representative's temperament changed completely. What essay? Ma Xiaoting's boyish heart couldn't be more obvious. He scratched his head and was still willing to say a few more words in front of the girl he liked. He coughed and blushed. What essay could it be? It's just last week's homework. Brother Yu, are you like this? Song Yu couldn't take it anymore. That's enough. Shut up. Xie Sui laughed at the side. Jiang Chunyan's hands trembled slightly as he held the homework. Did she get it for real? He handed in the homework and returned to his seat. Jiang Chunyan held his pen and thought for a long time. He turned his head and said to his deskmate, I'm going to the forum to write a novel. Her deskmate was a short-haired and chubby girl. After class, she opened a bag of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth. She said vaguely, Write what? Domineering CEO? Jiang Chunyan pursed his lips and smiled meaningfully. No, cold and aloof school hunk. Her deskmate. You're crazy. You dare to use Godxia as your model? Jiang Chunyan was immersed in his own fantasy. He cupped his face and said, Not only that, I also want to write about Brother Yu. The last time I went to ask about the definition domain, I felt that Godxia looked at me like I was an idiot. It made me feel so ashamed that I wanted to crawl into the ground. But did you know that when he looked at Brother Yu just now, his gaze wasn't like that? When he looked at him, there was a gentle wind in his eyes. Her deskmate. 666, gentle wind? There was wind in his eyes? He must be blind. Most importantly, if he dared to write about Brother Yu, he must be tired of living. Do you want to eat some potato chips to calm down? Jiang Chunyan couldn't wait any longer. He took out his notebook and the wall, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. I can't calm down. I've even thought of a name. It's just, you're my unforgettable thought. Her deskmate. You must not be remembered by Brother Yu. Jiang Chunyan puffed out his chest and said confidently, If I send it to the special building, Brother Yu will never see it. The first lesson on Monday was English. When the new English teacher came in, the whole class was silent for a few seconds. He was a man in his 30s or 40s. His hair was already a little thin, and he was wearing a suit. He held a thermos in one hand and a lesson plan in the other. He wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle and refined. He briefly explained himself. His surname was Cheng, and he would take over the first class in the future and become the form teacher. He wasn't clear about Ilian's matter and only mentioned it vaguely. The new English teacher and form teacher seemed to have a very good temper. He was humorous and his speech was fluent. Everyone was especially serious during the first lesson. After class, Teacher Cheng said, There are 45 people in our class, right? A girl in the first row shook her head. 48. Some students didn't come. Teacher Cheng adjusted his glasses and made a note on the roster. He said, 45. The 3 students who didn't come won't come in the future. Ma Xiaoting's eyes widened. This. Wang Xi dropped out. Chapter 42. Mr. Cheng's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples and exploded in Class 1. Everyone was afraid of Wang Xi. After all, there were only a few top aristocratic families in Jing City. Their parents were only a little rich, but they weren't as rich as the Wang family. Moreover, when they were students, most people were not so eager to curry favor with others out of utilitarian motives. Wang Xi only showed up a few times in the first week of school, but the arrogance and viciousness he showed made them uncomfortable. It was a good thing for him to transfer to another class. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yu faintly twitched his mouth and didn't say anything. It was good that Wang Xi left. It would be best if he didn't see him in Jing City in the next 3 years. Mr. Cheng didn't say much about Wang Xi. He just directed 2 tall students to move the desks of the first group away. Looking at the seats in the class, he sighed. After the monthly exam, we'll rearrange the seats. If you sit like this, you won't have to worry about not being able to find someone to talk to in class. The whole class burst into laughter. Mr. Cheng glared at them. I've just transferred to Jing City No. 1 Middle School and I'll take over your class. This is the first monthly exam, and it concerns my reputation. Don't make me lose face. If you fail the exam, I'll make you pay for it. After the class, everyone liked the new head teacher very much. The atmosphere in the class was relaxed, and they got along with each other casually. A boy raised his hand and smiled brightly. Mr. Chung, if we do well in the exam, will we be rewarded? Mr. Chung sorted out the lesson plan, adjusted his glasses, and said slowly, if the average score of the class is in the top 3 of the grade, we'll have a class team building. Oh, okay. The whole class began to shout and hoot. Mr. Chung, I want to eat hot pot. Mr. Chung, I suggest an outing. Someone sneered. Primary school students? Outing? Mr. Chung, let's go to KTV. The exam hadn't started yet, but everyone began to excitedly put forward their opinions. Mr. Chung patted the teaching plan on the podium and said angrily, "Be quiet. How can you compete with other classes when you're shouting and hooting? The average score is the lowest. Everyone, run 3 laps on the playground." 3 laps on the playground. All of a sudden, many people began to wail. Before the new homeroom teacher left, he suddenly looked at the name list again and said, "Student Songyu, come to my office." Songyu, who was studying the study plan Siesui gave him, ? Why did she cue him again? He would know the reason when he got to the office. The new homeroom teacher pointed to the seat next to him with a pleasant expression. "Don't be nervous. Sit down. I just want to ask you if you have encountered any trouble in the past few days of school." Songyu sat down, a little confused. What kind of trouble did he encounter? Although he didn't want to admit it, for so many days, he seemed to be someone else's problem. Teacher Cheng's voice became gentler. "The principal also told me about your health. If you feel uncomfortable or have any difficulties, you can come to the office to find me. I'll give you a call, and you'll save one of my numbers. Your deskmate now is Siesui, right? He's a good, hardworking kid. You should learn from him. If anyone bullies you, tell me." Songyu. "Okay, thank you, teacher." While Songyu was in the office, the first class was in an uproar. A group of people looked at Siesui with burning eyes and shouted, "Thank you, God," one after another. They wailed pitifully, saying things like, "The class's average score depends on you," or "The whole class's hope is on you." Siesui didn't say anything. Ma Shouting was already shouting in dissatisfaction. "What's the matter? Are you looking down on brother you?" Shiboen agreed with him on this point and felt quite proud, as if he had grasped a secret that no one knew. "Ha, shallow. I'm afraid you've all been deceived by Brother Yu's identity as a school bully. In fact, Brother Yu is also a top student. He came to Jingcheng First High School and directly challenged God Xie. Are you afraid?" The whole class. ? The whole class. Wow. Recalling Song Yu's hard work in class, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. The whole class's eyes lit up. "Thank you, God. Is this true?" Siesui. He felt that these two people were tricking Songyu. In order not to let the child be too embarrassed, Siesui tapped the table with his hand and thought for a while. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Songyu is very smart, but there are still some differences between the teaching materials of a city and Jingcheng." Songyu, who didn't know that he had been crowned as a top student, returned to the classroom. He felt that a group of people were looking at him strangely, and their eyes were full of shock and surprise. Ma Shouting asked him, "Brother Yu, why did the new head teacher call you?" Songyu thought for a while and said, "Nothing, just some daily things." Oh. Ma Shouting excitedly took credit. "Brother Yu, you must get a good score in this monthly exam and win glory for our class. I just told everyone your secret identity as a top student." Songyu? ? He suddenly turned around with his eyes wide open and his face full of disbelief. "What did you say?" Ma Shouting didn't know that he was going to die. Yang said proudly, "Your identity as a top student in a city is close to 800 points. It's time to say it and blind them. Ouch, Brother Yu. Why did you hit me?" Songyu rubbed his painful hand and ignored Ma Shouting's aggrieved look. He turned back and said to Siesui calmly, "Is there a way to improve 400 points in 2 weeks?" Siesui chuckled. "Yes, in your dreams." Songyu. Fuck. There would always be a day when the horse would fall off the horse if the character settings were to fly. The last class was physical education, and it was free time. Song-yu sat under a tree and memorized words. His hard work moved the whole class. He was handsome, good at fighting, and loved to study. How could there be such an excellent person in the world? Siesue was originally accompanying him, but later she was called to the office by the head teacher. In the office, Teacher Chung asked hesitantly, "What do you think of sitting at the same table as Song-yu?" Siesue smiled. "It's good. He's very cute." Teacher Chung heaved a sigh of relief and held a pen. "Then I'll arrange for you to sit together for the next monthly exam. Song-yu is not in good health and needs a quiet environment. It's good to sit next to you." Siesue couldn't ask for more. She nodded. "Thank you, teacher." When he went out and went downstairs, someone called his name. "Siesue." The voice was as gentle as water with a hint of a smile. Siesue stopped in her tracks and turned her head. She saw a girl she didn't know in the corridor. She was wearing a pair of white shoes, a light blue blouse, and a white gauze skirt, revealing her white and slender calves. There was a belt around her waist. She wore light makeup and orange lipstick. Her black and long hair was draped behind her back. She looked fresh and gentle. Siesue stared at her with pure black eyes. When she looked at people, there was always a hint of coldness. When she wasn't smiling, the cold and distant feeling she gave off was very obvious. She kept people thousands of miles away. Bai Shuixin was stunned. It was the first time she felt this kind of pressure from someone her age. But the more it was like this, the more challenging it was. He hadn't returned to a city yet, and this was the best time for her. She was very confident in her appearance. She took a step forward with a surprised and smiling expression on her face. There was also a hint of shyness. "You're Siesue, right?" I heard my deskmate talk about you." Siesue looked at her, but his gaze was still cold. Bai Shuixin's eyelashes fluttered like a small fan. She whispered, "God Xie, speaking of which, I have to apologize to you. It's Chen Jijia from our class. I don't know if he went to make trouble for you, but this matter happened because of me. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." She reached out and handed him a pin. Can I have your contact information? It's written on the back of my hand." She smiled embarrassedly. She was sorry for her suitor. Her words were naive and innocent, but it could easily arouse a man's vanity. A disgusting man's goddess was trying to be nice to him. Probably because of Song-yu's influence, the coldness in his body had dissipated a lot. He was still very polite towards this kind of clumsy pursuit. "Thank you. You don't have to apologize, and you don't need to contact me." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Bai Shuixin was rejected for the first time. Her eyes widened, and her innocent appearance almost collapsed. But she still bit her lip, took a step forward, and tugged at Siesue's arm. She dragged her voice and said coquettishly, "Isn't it too cruel to reject a girl like this, Godxie? I think Song-yu is the only person you're close to in number 1 middle school. Is it because he treats you well? Actually, I can be very good to you, even better than him." She stuck out her tongue and acted coquettishly. She held out the pin with her right hand and revealed the back of her left hand. She blinked and said with a smile, "Give me your phone number? I'll give you a surprise." Siesue broke away from her and smiled coldly. He had rejected countless women in his previous life. Socialites, celebrities, pure and lustful. He had done his best to seduce them. Bai Shuixin's performance was not good enough in his eyes. He took the pin from her hand. Under Bai Shuixin's slightly smug gaze, Siesue looked down and said casually with a smile, "Don't mention Song-yu. You don't deserve it." Thud. The pin was thrown in the stairwell and rolled down the stairs. Bai Shuixin's expression was stiff, and she stood rooted to the ground. Siesue had already left. Bai Shuixin's eyes were filled with anger, and her fingers slowly clenched. In the days that followed, Song-yu harassed Siesue countless times a day, and the matter of him being a fake top student finally caused a stir in the forum. Guest brother used monthly test results. Main post. As the representative of the bloody storm in the forum, naturally, everything has to be posted separately. I have a classmate from class 1 who told me that brother you is still a top student. Do you believe it? Anyway, The original poster was skeptical and was already looking forward to Brother Yu's monthly test results. 1L. Hee hee hee. Of course my husband is good at both arts and science. 2L. I believe it. I believe it. Brother Yu forced everyone in the forum to delete the forum in order to study. Have you forgotten? 3L. I believe it. Sway USCD. Godsia's grades are so good. How can her boyfriend be bad? 4L. I don't think it's very believable. I'm not exaggerating, but I feel that Brother Yu is more like a bad student. Song Yu had been immersed in studying for many days and did not appear in the forum. After class, the traffic on the forum increased, and the haters who had disappeared for a period of time reappeared. 34L. Believe it. You guys can just brag that he's good at fighting. Don't insult the word top student. Even if he's destined to be a construction worker in the future, don't take advantage of people who work hard to study. 35L. I haven't been here for a few days, and my identity as a troll has been cleared? Scolding people and fighting. This kind of youth, TSK, 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 is blind to admire the girls in our school. 36L. Wait for the results to come out. I'll slap your faces. I'm dying of laughter. Keep bragging. 56L. You were so scared that you didn't dare to say a word. Now you're popping up again. 57L. Although I really want to scold the trolls, I think it's better not to go overboard. I always feel that Brother Yu is not a top student. It'll be too embarrassing. The trolls worked even harder. 84L. I bet his total score is not more than 500 points. It's predetermined from his age. He's obviously a hooligan. 85L. Yes, yes, yes. Song Yu is a top student. That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. 86L. Ha 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 ha. 88L. Your husband Brother Yu. Is it very funny? 89L. Your husband Brother Yu. Are you so curious about my monthly test results? 90L. Your husband Brother Yu. If I don't enter the top 100 of the grade, this building will be finished. No one will be able to escape. I can't be a school bully for nothing. Song Yu leaned on the bed and looked at them expressionlessly. He replied expressionlessly. He took a sip of his fruit juice and rolled his eyes. He was only afraid of his father in the monthly test, okay? How could he let them laugh at him? Number 1 high school's forum. There was a dead silence. The trolls, after a long time. There were crazy comments in the building. They couldn't wait to tear the trolls apart. Damn it. Why are you guys laughing? Is it very funny? Is it funny? Damn it. I'm going to tear the trolls apart tonight. The trolls withered. Damn it. Wasn't Song Yu focused on his studies? Why would he go on the forum if he was focused on his studies? Someone trembled as he voiced his opinion. 151L. Did anyone form a team to enter the top 100 of Dark Shark Year 1? Count me in. I don't want to die. I want to send Brother Yu into the top 10. Chapter 43. 152L. Plus 1153L. Fucking hell. I thought that Brother Yu would use his results to slap those trolls in the face. In the end, he got himself into trouble. 154L. Too ruthless. 155L. QAQ. I'll go back and ask my mom not to burn incense and pray to Buddha. Bye-bye to Brother Yu. The group of people who were lurking in the forum to watch the show were stunned when they saw this turn of events. What else could they say? 666. Awesome. Sure enough, not everyone's jokes were so funny. Especially Song Yu, who was a man of his own. The crematorium of the monthly exam. The crematorium of trolls. They probably hoped that Song Yu would do well in the monthly exam now. The monthly exam was coming. Song Yu was no longer burying his head in the exam papers. Xie Sui planned his time. He memorized vocabulary, ancient poems, and chemistry equations. He knew everything. He was even forced to correct the questions. He had to do every physics question 3 times before he completely understood it. It was the same for mathematics. He repeatedly printed and wrote a unit exercise paper several times. Xie Sui personally marked it. For the first time, she wrote more words with a red pen than he did with the answers. Xie Sui's comment was very true. Her tone was cold. Don't create formulas on the spur of the moment. Usually, when you're ambiguous, you're wrong. Song Yu. Oh, okay. However, he had to admit that Xie Sui's words cleared up a lot of the messy thoughts in his mind. He only focused on functions, mechanics, and the periodic table. The monthly exam didn't seem particularly difficult. In order to save time, Songyu also started to eat in the cafeteria during the last week of the exam. Ma Xiaoding wasn't nervous about the upcoming monthly exam at all. He went to the internet cafe every day. Songyu was busy with his own things and couldn't be bothered to care about him. It was just him and Shi Bowen eating together. Shi Bowen sat at the back and watched Songyu study hard for a week. He couldn't wait to give all the meat in his bowl to Songyu. His gaze was that of an old father looking at his child. Brother Yu, eat more. Don't tire yourself out. Songyu looked at the extra ribs in the bowl with a strange expression. He looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything. Shi Bowen sighed in his heart. He was lucky enough to read Songyu's test papers and understood that there was a big difference between the teaching materials in a city and in Jing City. Brother Yu's top 100 was a little uncertain. It depended on how God Xie taught him. Brother Yu, you're studying so hard. Are you planning to get into a university? Shi Bowen tried to sound him out. Songyu ate a mouthful of vegetables and thought for a moment. A university was actually the school that Xie Sui went to in the original novel. It was also the school where he met the scumbag who used him as a substitute. However, Wang Xi had left, and nothing had happened to Grandma Chun in her 3rd year of high school. It was hard to say what would happen later because of the butterfly effect. Give it a try. Songyu didn't have high expectations of entering a university. He felt that he had transmigrated just for Xie Sui. He was chewing rice. Songyu's brain was a little tired after studying for a long time. He suddenly thought of something, but it was fleeting and he couldn't catch it. At this time, there was a small commotion in the cafeteria. Shi Bowen looked up and was stunned. He whispered to Songyu, Brother Yu, it seems that she's the campus belle of number 1 middle school. Songyu swallowed the rice and looked up. He saw a girl coming in from the entrance. She was particularly eye-catching when everyone was wearing their school uniforms. She was probably a pure girl. Her black hair reached her waist, and she was wearing an expensive sleeveless white dress. She ignored everyone's gaze and walked towards them. Shi Bowen opened his mouth wide and was almost scared out of his wits. The people next to him whispered, Is that Bai Shuixin? Doesn't she always have a chauffeur and never come to the cafeteria? Hey, she's going that way. Looking for someone? Who is it that's so lucky? Songyu just glanced at her and continued to eat, until a figure sat opposite him. The girl said in a gentle tone with a smile, Hello, my name is Bai Shuixin. Songyu's love interest had long become a student. He looked at her indifferently and replied in a straightforward manner, Oh, you can sit down. There's no one over there. Shi Bowen. After that, he focused on eating and ignored her. Bai Shuixin took a deep breath and forced a smile. She had been good-looking since she was a child. She knew how to make use of her looks and her personality to attract boys. She was very annoyed. How did Xie Sui get along with such an impolite and uneducated person? However, she still pretended to be good. She tapped the table with her finger and said in a coquettish tone, feeling angry and amused, Brother Yu, can you take a look at me? I came here specifically to see you. Songyu was very normal to his classmates. He suggested, Since you've seen me, do you want to do something else? This is the cafeteria. You can eat. Bai Shuixin. Bai Shuixin was furious. Shi Bowen swallowed his saliva and tugged at Songyu's sleeve under the table. He whispered, Brother Yu, she might like you. Don't be so harsh. I think she's going crazy. Songyu was full. He casually picked up the leftover rice with his chopsticks and sneered. Come on. He could tell from her eyes that she definitely didn't like him. Her motive was unclear. However, he still gave Shi Bowen face. He looked up and asked her, What's the matter? Bai Shuixin was not as patient with Songyu as she was with Xie Sui. Her face was covered with frost, and she stopped smiling. She was her usual arrogant self in school. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you about Xie Sui. This time, Songyu did not speak. Shi Bowen muttered in dissatisfaction. Why are you looking for Brother Yu when you're asking about God Xie and not him? Bai Shuixin smiled at Songyu. I'm just a little curious. Although Xie Sui and I are not related by blood, my aunt married into his mother's family. In a sense, we are relatives. I want to care about him. Relatives? Shi Bowen was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Bai Shuixin came from a very good family. So God Xie was a hidden son of a rich family? When Song Yu heard this, his hand that was holding the chopsticks paused. His eyes turned cold. Okay, ask away. Bai Shuixin curled her lips in satisfaction. In the whole of number 1 middle school, it seems that you are the only one who is close to him. Song Yu, you transferred here, right? You were not his junior high classmate. I'm curious. What happened before school started that made him treat you so well? Shi Bowen was confused. The bookworm was confused. He tilted his head and asked Song Yu, Brother Yu, what is she asking? Song Yu said calmly, she's asking me how to build a good relationship with Xie Sui. Shi Bowen. Huh. He said it so bluntly that Bai Shuixin was stunned. Then, she smiled awkwardly and did not deny it. Yes. Song Yu glanced at her. His eyelids were very thin and his pupils were very shallow. He said casually, who knows? I guess it's just that we hit it off at first sight. Bai Shuixin raised her eyebrows and repeated his words. Hit it off at first sight? Song Yu, the moment we met, I felt like we were old friends who had known each other for a long time. So, I'm good to him, and he's good to me. There's no reason for that. Song Yu was willing to listen to her because of the information she gave him. He frowned slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Xie Sui doesn't want to go back home. I hope you don't talk nonsense. After coming out of the cafeteria, Shi Bowen felt like he was in a dream. It took him a long time to understand this logic. The school belle wanted to pursue God Xie, so she came to find Brother Yu, who had the best relationship with God Xie, and asked him how to pursue him. Every step is very reasonable, but I feel that it's not right at all. Why would a girl ask the boy's friends how to build a good relationship with him? Friendship and love are not the same. Song Yu said, ignore her. She's crazy. At night, it started to rain. The weather in Jing City in September was unpredictable. It was probably because the monthly exam was around the corner. Song Yu was also very serious. After all, he really wanted to do well in his studies. After the evening self-study session, he went straight to Xie Sui's place to do his homework. There was a room in the apartment that Xie Sui had specially made into a study room. With the lamp on, Song Yu sat in front of his desk. He bit his pen as he struggled with a function question that he had done wrong countless times. His brows were tightly knitted. Xie Sui sat beside him, dimmed the lamp and asked, how long do you have to write? It was raining outside. Song Yu didn't know why, but whenever it rained, he would feel sleepy easily. His eyelids were already fighting, but he stubbornly wanted to write this question. Wait, I'm about to find out what it is. I just need a few formulas to get the data. Xie Sui glanced at the question and said, A is 5. Go home and sleep. Did this child know that sleeping late was not good for his health? Song Yu mumbled, it's no use telling me. I'll solve a linear equation of 2 variables. He was tired, so he simply lay down and calculated on the draft paper with a pen. Because it was a very basic calculation, Song Yu was very sleepy and felt dizzy. He casually changed the topic and muttered, the campus belle seems to want to pursue you. She asked me. Xie Sui closed the book in her hand. She didn't care at all, but she still answered him. She said lightly, really? The sound of the rain seemed to be the best lullaby. Song Yu's vision gradually became blurred. His writing began to become a little crooked, and his voice became lower and lower. It was as if he was talking to himself. Yes, I think she's crazy. What else can she do to pursue a person? She just has to be good to him. Whether she can pursue him or not is another matter. But at least she has to do this. Also, why did she ask me? I'm not pursuing you. Xie Sui felt a little itchy in her throat. She wanted to laugh and said softly, yes, you're not pursuing me. Song Yu's eyes opened and closed. At the end of the linear equation of 2 variables, he crookedly found a 5. The mental power that supported him was suddenly gone. He lay down on the table and fell asleep with satisfaction. The light of the table lamp was warm. It shone on the young man's face. His skin was delicate and milky white, and his eyelashes cast shadows. His breathing was deep and shallow, and his sleeping face was quiet and obedient. It was raining outside, and the weather was slowly turning to autumn. Xie Sui put down the book and looked outside. The gloomy night and endless rain. It was obviously a very annoying weather, but at this moment, his heart was unusually soft. He tilted his head and leaned close to Song Yu's ear. He smiled and whispered, "Yu?" The young man didn't answer him. Xie Sui lowered her eyes. There seemed to be a smile in her dark eyes, like a river of stars. Her cold voice was lowered, and there was a kind of gentleness that blended into the night. "You didn't pursue me. I pursued you." Even from the beginning, he had guessed wrong about the cause and effect of that woman. It wasn't that Song Yu was good to him that he liked Song Yu. It was because he liked Song Yu that he allowed her to be good to him. It was probably love at first sight. Chapter 44. It was uncomfortable to sleep on the table, so Xie Sui carried him to the bed. Song Yu, who was asleep, was not as flamboyant as he was during the day. His eyelashes drooped like small fans, and his breathing was light. When he was picked up, he still reacted a little and struggled with his arms. But he was too sleepy. He vaguely felt that it was Xie Sui, so he didn't use much strength. Her breath hit his arm, hot and soft. She was so obedient that it made his heart itch. Xie Sui leaned close to his ear, her lips almost touching his delicate skin. She whispered with a smile, "Are you sleeping with me tonight, Yu?" Song Yu was in a daze. He felt that someone was talking in his ear, but he couldn't hear clearly. He had been studying intensively for so long, and his mind was full of exams. He said in his sleep, "If I don't enter the top 100, I'll kill all of you." Xie Sui chuckled after hearing it clearly. This kid was really domineering, but he was really too concerned about the monthly exam. It was autumn in Jing City, and the nights turned cold. Xie Sui carried him into her bedroom. The young man's head sank into the soft pillow. He slept with a clean and innocent face. Xie Sui bent down and lowered her head. Her dark eyes were unfathomable. She suppressed her desire and evil thoughts, and only a gentle smile floated on the surface. She said softly, "Do you trust me so much?" However, he really wouldn't do anything to Song Yu. Xie Sui was cold and abstinent in her previous life, but she was not ignorant. Living in the upper class of a city, she had seen countless debauchery. She didn't want to play, but when she did, she was naturally crazy and ruthless. But those were not what she wanted to bring to Song Yu. He had been crazily and passionately pursued by a group of men. Those people looked at him with explicit possessiveness and paranoia, and their burning desire was about to flow out. The way they pursued him was domineering and crazy. Everyone was crazy for him. That feeling was disgusting and boring. How could he be able to take over the Xie family at such a young age and become the new master of the family? How could his methods be clean? Just based on his father's meager apology, he was probably eaten up by the Xie family. The purity and gentleness of his youth was shattered in the middle of the night. Therefore, even though she was persecuted by the three men and was trapped on an isolated island, she still couldn't escape. To Xie Sui, it was also like a farce that was not funny. Above the desolate sea, he opened fire and ended the joke with blood. Wasn't it unfortunate to provoke three lunatics? But the misfortune was mutual. After all, in a sense, he was also a lunatic. His condition was worse than theirs. The rain outside was still falling, blurring the moonlight. It was quiet and beautiful, bringing him back from some dark memories. The summer night in Jing City was still a little cold. Under the dim light, Song Yu was sleeping soundly. His facial features were delicate and soft, and his lips were pursed. It was hard to imagine that when he opened his eyes, he would be such a bright and handsome young man. It was like the warm golden sunlight, but also like the peppermint wind in midsummer. Xie Sui's eyes darkened, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated as soon as she looked at him. She covered him with the quilt and turned off the lamp. The room was plunged into darkness. Amidst the incessant rain outside the window, he smiled, leaned over, and gently kissed the young man's forehead. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Good night, my bide-pan." Song Yu slept well. He didn't know why, but when it rained, his nerves were particularly tired and he couldn't do anything. He slept until dawn. Fortunately, it was Saturday, otherwise, he would have been late for class. The bed was very soft, and there was a very light fragrance, but it was not the familiar jasmine smell. Before he came to school, Grandmother Ming put some self-made jasmine sachets for him to calm his nerves. He hung them beside the bed, and over time, he got used to the smell. It's not my bedroom? Songyu got up and rubbed his eyes. He was still not awake. He turned the doorknob, and someone pushed the door open and came in. Xiesui was dressed in a white t-shirt and black trousers. She said in a very natural tone, "Since you're awake, let's go out for breakfast." Songyu looked at her in a daze. His light-colored pupils were a little dazed, and the corners of his eyes were slightly red. He looked like he had just woken up. He didn't understand the situation. Xiesui paused for a few seconds, stared at him, and asked with a smile, "You're addicted to sleeping in my bed and don't want to come down?" Songyu. He understood the situation. He almost lifted the quilt and jumped out of bed. He put on his shoes and quickly ran to the toilet. His mind couldn't calm down. In the end, he found that Xiesui had already prepared a set of toiletries for him. There was a towel, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a cup. He brushed his teeth and washed his face with mixed feelings. He sat at the table and looked at the porridge and fried dough sticks in front of him. Songyu held a spoon and hesitated for a long time before asking directly, "So I fell asleep while doing math questions yesterday? Were you the one who sent me to bed?" Xiesui said lightly, "No, you were very obedient after you fell asleep. You sleepwalked to bed yourself." Songyu. He knew that he had asked a stupid question, so he ignored the sarcasm in his tone. Songyu swallowed a mouthful of porridge and asked again, "Where did you sleep last night?" "The sofa." How did you sleep?" Xiesui looked up and smiled. "It wasn't very good. So how do you want to make it up to me?" Songyu was strangely silent for a moment. He felt a little awkward. Then, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a fair idea. "Do you want to sleep at my place tonight? I'll let you sleep on my bed, and then I'll sleep on the sofa." How was he so smart? He gave himself a thumbs up. Xiesui looked at him with her dark eyes for a long time and said, "Let's eat." Songyu took Xiesui's bed yesterday and even forced her to sleep on the sofa. He felt very guilty and tried to struggle. "My bed is very soft and comfortable. I can allow you to sleep on it for one night. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Xiesui chuckled. "I don't want to sleep on your bed." She added in her heart, "I want to sleep with you." However, Songyu wouldn't know about these thoughts for a long time. Songyu. Oh. The monthly exam was around the corner. Of course, he had to study hard on the weekend. Except for Chinese and composition, which he was not good at in his 2 lifetimes, Songyu was a little confident in everything else. The whole school was watching his progress with trepidation. Ma Shouting specially created a small group of 4 people. It was called Jing City First High School's Top Student Communication Group. Everyone in Class 1 had entrusted it to supervise Songyu. The monthly exam was on Monday. On the weekend night, Ma Shouting crazily dialed. "Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Brother you, how are your studies?" It was rare for Songyu to be modest. "Your husband, brother you. It's okay." She Bowen raised a question. "Bowen strong knowledge. How good is it?" "Brother you. My junior high school classmates are dying of anxiety. They can't wait to add their total score to yours." Ma Shouting snorted. "Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. I think, brother, you will definitely be in the top 100. I don't know what they are worried about." "Knows, Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. I saw that some people on the forum have already started to call for the top 100 to hand in blank papers and the top 200 to take sick leave. Wow." Songyu was overjoyed. If they really sent him into the top 100, he had nothing to say. Although it was an unfair victory, it was still the goodwill of his classmates after all. It was difficult for him to refuse their kindness. The class allocation for the monthly exam was arranged according to the results of the senior high school entrance examination. Xiesui was in the first class in the city, and Songyu was in the last class because he had transferred here. He did not have any grades, so he was in the last class. Ma Shouting leaned against the seating chart and sighed. "Brother you, the gap between you and Godxie is a little big. One is in the first class, and the other is in the last class." Songyu bit the soy milk straw and sat in his seat. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What's the big deal? Next time, we will be in the same exam hall." He hit the chair at the same table with his hand. "Isn't that right, Xiesui?" Xiesui looked at him and smiled. Well, if you want me to hand in a few blank papers, I will do as you say. Ma shouting, and Shi Bowen could not stop laughing. Song Yu angrily put the soy milk on the table. You wrote all of them. Who are you looking down on? The bell rang for the end of the evening self-study session. Everyone began to walk to the exam hall. Song Yu's classroom was in another building, and it was the most remote classroom on the top floor. As soon as they entered, the first thing they saw were a few delinquents with messy school uniforms and pirate bangs. They sat next to each other, chewing beetle nuts and looking sloppy. Song Yu's seat was still in the last class. He sat in his seat and looked down. He found that the table was densely covered with notes. He looked to the side and saw that the wall was also covered with notes. However, they were all left from the last exam and had nothing to do with this exam, so he was not afraid of being caught. However, Song Yu still found them an eyesore. He took an eraser and wiped the pencil marks on the table clean. While he was seriously wiping the table, the person in front of him came. It was a very thin boy. He was very short and surprisingly thin. He wore thick square glasses, and his school bag was as heavy as a snail's shell. His shoulders were hunched, and he looked very cramped. At first glance, he was the kind of boy who was silent and did not have much of a presence in the class. After Song Yu finished wiping, he put the eraser aside and simply went asleep while it was still early. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, the sound of a chair moving was heard. Someone walked over, but it did not affect his sleep. Hey, little classmate. It was a sloppy and unfriendly tone. The delinquent's words were not directed at Song Yu, but at the boy in front of Song Yu. Take care of me during the exam later. It seems that your grades are not bad. Students should help each other. The first monthly exam was divided into classes. Those who sat at the bottom were basically transfer students. Their grades were not necessarily bad. The bespectacled boy was stunned. His face flushed red, and he said in embarrassment, "My grades are also very bad. I don't dare to pass the note." The delinquent took an inch and took a mile. He lifted the boy's school bag and weighed it twice. "Io, it's so heavy. You still say that you don't know how to study? Could it be that there's something shameful in it?" The bespectacled boy was scared and angry. He wanted to snatch it, but his head was pressed down and he could not take a step forward. The delinquent took a step back, opened the school bag, and directly poured the things on the ground. Books fell to the ground, followed by a cup, a key, and a stationery box. His face was full of mockery. He poured one side and sneered. "Good students are different from us." When he was done, he casually stepped on the book with his foot. The delinquent threw the school bag to the angry, bespectacled boy. He half threatened and half mocked him. "How old are you, and you're still afraid of exams? I told you to pass the note. If I don't receive it, don't think about taking the next exam." The bespectacled boy was so angry that his whole body trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes. Why, you're too much." The delinquent was proud of Yang Yang. He sat on the table and put his feet heavily on Song Yu's table. He was extremely arrogant. "I'm too much. You tell the teacher. Let's see who's the unlucky one in the end." Song Yu, who was sleeping uneasily, was finally awakened by a loud noise. Chapter 45. Song Yu slept a little late last night. Now he was woken up and was in a very bad mood. So when he opened his eyes, he was cold and irritated. He looked at the person who woke him up with a sharp gaze. The gangster also noticed it. He tilted his head to look at Song Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Song Yu was dressed properly in her school uniform and had a delicate and thin appearance, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. She retracted her leg and stood up, saying with bad intentions, "Hey, transfer student, I have something to discuss with you." Song Yu rubbed his eyebrows with his hand and looked gloomy. The classmate in front of him had red eyes like a rabbit. He was sniffing and crying. He was squatting down to pick up the books. Most of the students in the last classroom were ignorant and incompetent teenagers. They couldn't afford to offend them, so they pretended not to see them. The gangster skipped classes and surfed the internet all year round. He was addicted to games and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Naturally, he didn't know that there was a new school bully in Jing City First Middle School, nor did he know Song Yu. He just thought that he was easy to bully. He leaned over and put his hand on Song Yu's desk. He snorted and said, "Take care of me in the exam later. You can pass me every question you write, or we can just exchange the papers. You don't look like a fool. You should know what I mean." Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and raised his head slightly. His eyes were mocking and his voice was cold. "But I think you look like a fool." The gangster was stunned, and his face suddenly darkened. He was angry and reached out to grab Song Yu's collar. "You don't need to take the exam." Song Yu grabbed his wrist and forcefully pulled him forward. Then, she kicked his knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. The gangster widened his eyes and couldn't move. Song Yu pressed his head expressionlessly and pointed to the books and stationery on the ground with his other hand. He said in a cold voice, "Pick them up and wipe them clean. If you miss one, I'll twist your head off." His movements were too domineering and handsome. The group of people in the classroom who were angry but didn't dare to speak were stunned. The sunlight fell on the young man's light-colored hair through the glass. He looked clean and imposing. Someone in the classroom recognized him. "Brother Yu." Suddenly there were more whispers. "That's Brother Yu? Damn, is the real person really that handsome?" The little boy who was sobbing was stunned. Behind his thick glasses, his eyes were as red as a rabbit's as he looked at Song Yu. The hoodlum kneeled on the ground and felt his knees fall apart. He knew that he had provoked a troublemaker. His prestige was gone, and he was scared witless. His hands trembled as he picked up all the books on the ground, wiped them clean on his clothes, and returned them to the others. Like a stray dog, he limped back to his seat with the help of the table. Everyone in the classroom sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed in their hearts at how terrifying Brother Yu was. The little boy held the stationery box in his hand and said timidly, "Thank you." Song Yu's sleepiness was almost gone. He rubbed his eyes and said, "No need. Punishing evil and promoting good is what a school bully should do." When the gangster returned, he was so angry that his chair creaked. He had been restless the whole time. Song Yu raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. All of a sudden, the other side fell silent. Turning his head, Song Yu slowly added, "And maintaining discipline." The whole class was speechless. "You school bullies are really busy." The bell rang and the invigilator walked in. The first subject was Chinese. The invigilator knew what was going on in the last examination room, so he turned a blind eye. As long as they didn't go too far, the invigilator didn't care about their paper. But today was different. To be able to sit in the same classroom, they were basically the same. With Song Yu here, they didn't even dare to cheat. The invigilator sat on the podium and played with his phone. Halfway through, he looked up and met the eyes of nearly half of the students in the class. Suddenly, the atmosphere was a little quiet. The students were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. The teacher was stunned. "Did they have a problem with me playing with my phone?" The teacher coughed, put away his phone, and began to pretend to walk around. She walked back and forth, her gaze attracted by Song Yu in the last row. After all, in the whole classroom, this quiet and handsome young man was the only one who stood out from the rest. She stood next to Song Yu and looked at his reading comprehension and ancient poetry writing. He had gotten all the marks he deserved. The teacher smiled and nodded in satisfaction. This movement was a signal in the eyes of everyone in the class. They silently had a guess in their hearts. Damn, Brother Yu is really a straight-A student? The Chinese essay was probably the most annoying thing for Song Yu in his 2 lifetimes. The moment he handed in his paper, he felt refreshed. At noon, he went back to the apartment with Xie Sui. Song Yu said, "I think I should be able to get into the top 100 of the grade this time. If the essay didn't deviate from the topic." Xie Sui smiled. "That's great." Song Yu was in high spirits. "Let me check the multiple choice questions with you. Is it A80? Xie Sui glanced at him. "Throw it away after the exam and prepare for the next one." Song Yu had a bad feeling and widened his eyes. "Damn, I didn't choose all the wrong questions, did I?" Xie Sui held back her laughter and said calmly, "It's okay. It's just 12 points." Song Yu stood where she was, her expression as if the sky had fallen and the earth had cracked. Her mood immediately became very dejected. After all, he had worked so hard for so long and failed the first Chinese paper. In an instant, his whole body deflated like a deflated balloon. "Xie Sui, you're sad?" Song Yu stammered and didn't say anything. Xie Sui smiled and said, I'm just scaring you. It's A80. Not a single question is wrong. Really? Song Yu suddenly looked up. His light brown eyes were overjoyed. When he realized what had happened, he was especially angry. Why are you scaring me? How can you joke about the results? Xie Sui looked at him with a smile. Have you learned your lesson? Song Yu. What? Xie Sui. Don't check the answers with others after the exam. Song Yu. Indeed. After checking the answers, the sudden sense of loss and depression was really uncomfortable. Song Yu didn't check the answers with Xie Sui for the next few papers. The monthly exam went smoothly, with Xie Sui helping him to circle the key points and focus on a few knowledge points. Mathematics and physics weren't that difficult. Even the last question was a similar question that he had done before. The answers were the same. A=5. The last paper of the exam was English. The moment he handed in the papers, Song Yu felt as if he had been reborn. Although the results weren't out yet, this month's exam was finally over. Moreover, he was confident that he would get a good result. Number 1 middle school was famous for its fast marking speed. The results of the monthly exam would probably be out the day after tomorrow. After the exam, it was the evening self-study session. Song Yu began to toss a coin. It was like psychological sustenance. Heads was good, tails was bad. If he tossed tails, then there was a problem with the coin, and he had to change it. After Ma Shouting finished the English exam, she was scared out of her wits. She rolled her eyes and said, Li Hua again for the English essay. This Li Hua goes shopping, eating, and doing activities with his male classmates every day. Is he gay? Shi Bowen laughed beside her. The essay this time was easy, right? Ma Shouting asked Song Yu. Brother Yu, how's your English? Song Yu tossed another coin. It was heads. His luck was pretty good. He smiled and said slowly, when it comes to exams, 30% of it is fate, 70% depends on hard work, and the remaining 140% depends on the teacher's mood. Ma Shouting. Shi Bowen's eyes lit up. He asked Song Yu, Brother Yu, I heard that you taught a lesson to a delinquent during the exam. You maintained the discipline of the exam hall? There's a post on the forum that praises you to the skies. You're righteous and handsome. You're not a school bully. You're the nation's husband. Song Yu retracted his hand and smiled brightly. Really? I'll go back and take a look. After he went back, he first called his family. After the exam, he was full of confidence. He dialed his father's private number. Song Yu went straight to the point. Dad, congratulations in advance for entering the top 100 of the cohort. Do you have any rewards? President Song, who was busy every day, said in surprise on the other end of the phone. The results are out. Song Yu's tone was light. Not yet. Congratulations in advance. It doesn't matter if it's out or not. President Song. What followed was another round of angry scolding from President Song. Even through the phone, Song Yu's ears hurt. Soon, President Song's anger subsided. Actually, he had set the appointment for this month's exam just to find something for Song Yu to do so that he could stay in school. President Song asked about what he was worried about. It's been 3 months since you were discharged from the hospital. How do you feel? I feel pretty good. Song Yu had been fine for 3 months. He could eat, fight, and fight. He was still a little curious about the original owner's illness. Dad, how did I get this illness? President Song said hatefully, It's your third uncle's fault. He bought an island and showed off everywhere. He insisted on dragging you to play. In the end, you almost drowned on the shore of the island. You were in a coma for more than half a month. When you woke up, your health was not good. Song Yu was stunned. President Song paused and sighed. It's also your fault. You insisted on going out on a rainy day. I couldn't stop you. Forget it. When you were discharged last time, Dr. Su said that your condition was starting to stabilize. You don't have to worry too much about this illness. It's not a terminal illness. Song Yu suddenly felt a little sour in his heart and sighed. It's a terminal illness, Dad. It's over in 5 years. After a while, President Song said awkwardly, You've never had anything since you were young. You're already so old, yet you're still clamoring for a reward. Aren't you childish? He changed the topic. Tell me, what do you want? For this father and son, it really didn't matter if the results were out. Song Yu's slightly depressed mood instantly recovered. He thought for a while and smiled. His eyes were clear. Dad, get someone to buy me a watch. I want to give it to someone. President Song? Question mark. The reward was a gift to someone. President Song was jealous. The friend I told you about? Song Yu curled his lips. That's right. After chatting with his father, Song Yu held his phone and fell into a daze. Actually, after coming to this world, his memories of the past were very vague, especially those before the age of 6. It was a blank. However, the vague memories of more than 10 years did not make him feel any discomfort, nor did it make his family suspicious of him. Is this the system's automatic repair function? Song Yu frowned. He shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He sat in front of the computer and opened the school's forum. He wanted to see how Shi Bowen praised him in the post, but when he clicked on it, he felt that it was boring. As expected, people praised him for being handsome, domineering, kind, and righteous. There were also a few boys' objective analysis. His anti-fans turned into fans. 233L, Werwu. I still remember the day when school started. I asked Brother Lu Yu to climb the wall to get Godxia. Woo-woo, I was wrong. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. You're so handsome, and Godxia is so outstanding. You two are a match made in heaven. 234L, that's great. I just want to see handsome guys in love. QWQ2, 35L. The sister above, restrain yourself. Go to the special building. Go to the special building. 236L. Picking nose. Picking nose? Aren't you guys worried about Brother Yu's monthly test results? 237L. I think Brother Yu should be able to get into the top 100. During the exam, the teacher looked at his paper and laughed. Don't let us down, Brother Yu. I'm kneeling for you. He was probably the only school bully who made others worry about his monthly exam. Song Yu clicked on it. He didn't know how many times he saw that special building. Now, it was always on the front page. Holding the mouse, Song Yu thought for a while. Then, he clicked on it. The future is like the sea. Sui Yu is at ease. He scrolled down. They were all checking in and eating sweets. From their names, appearances, and birthdays, they made up a romantic declaration. They were a match made in heaven. Song Yu felt that if he looked at it for too long, he would be brainwashed by them. Therefore, he clicked on the last page. What greeted his eyes was a line of advertisements. Sisters, I wrote a novel. I'll use this alias. Click only to see the story owner's happiness. It's for secret suites. Don't leak it. Don't leak it. I'm afraid of disturbing their lives. QWQ. Ha 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 ha, survival instinct. Don't worry. I'm so cute. I'm afraid of disturbing their lives when I write. I'm afraid that Brother Yu will blow my head off. Song Yu, somehow, he clicked only to see the story owner. I'm starting. I made it up. I made it up. Thank you for your support. Copywriting. Everyone in Jing City First High School knew that their school hunk, Xie Sui, was cold and indolent. He rejected countless suitors. He was cold and ascetic like a flower on a high mountain. It was as if he would never fall in love in this lifetime. Later, a young man transferred to the school. He was delicate and good-looking, but he had a perverse personality. When school started, he defeated the former school bully and became the nation's husband. The two of them became deskmates. A mountain can't have two tigers. Everyone felt that they were either strangers who didn't say a word, or they were at loggerheads and didn't see eye to eye. Until one day, they saw the school hunk, who had always been cold and aloof, pressing his deskmate against the wall and kissing her. The whole school was dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. Pressed against the wall and kissed? Full marks for copywriting. Full marks for copywriting. Madam, you can do it. Song Yu, the person who was pressed against the wall and kissed. He landed on his ship. Amidst the ha-ha-ha-ha, one comment was very eye-catching. 2515L, your husband, Brother Yu, was speechless. He paused for a moment. Am I blind? Which sister can dig out your eyeballs and lend them to me? Oh my God, it's really Brother Yu. It's Brother Yu. Sister, you're finished? I know you're popular. Chapter 46. 6 full stops and speechless. That was how Song Yu felt at the moment. After reading the entire book, Gentle Control, of course, he knew a thing or two about men. He just never thought that his simple friendship with Xie Sui would be distorted like this. The CP building exploded for a long time. Everyone went from disbelief to schadenfreude. After laughing, they started to talk to Song Yu directly in the building. Brother Yu, what a rare guest. How did you do, baby? Do you know that we were worried sick about your results a while ago? I was just afraid that you and Godxia would be at the top and bottom of the rankings. That would be too cruel. How did you do, Brother Yu? Don't be too far away from Godxia on the rankings. As the person involved, Song Yu didn't feel much after being speechless. After all, he knew that he was straight, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He lowered his eyelids and casually scrolled through. When he saw someone asking about his results, his attention was immediately diverted. Your husband, Brother Yu. Not bad. He changed the topic too quickly. The group of girls in the building, who were on tenterhooks, instantly let out a long sigh of relief. After the awkwardness, they invested a lot of enthusiasm into Song Yu's results. After all, in the past few days, his results alone had caused a lot of bloodshed on the forum. In the past, those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself were praying to Buddha. The entire forum was nervous and excited, praying for him to get good results. He was the only one in the history of number 1 high school. Brother Yu, can you enter the top 100? I heard that God Xie is tutoring you one-on-one. There won't be a problem, Brother Yu. Don't disappoint God Xie. Song Yu was in a good mood after the exam. The night was gentle. He frowned slightly and replied, I won't disappoint him. When he sent this message, which was completely different from his usual style, many girls were stunned. Then, they smiled like flowers in front of their phones. So obedient. Okay, we believe that you won't disappoint him. If you enter the top 100, we will give God Xia a banner, save the dying and heal the wounded. Ha 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 ha. Song Yu's lips curled into a smile. He still remembered the first time he entered this forum. He thought that Xie Sui's high school life should have been like this, bright, lively, and the center of attention. What about now? It could be considered half done. Although Xie Sui rarely interacted with others, he received a lot of kindness. Putting the phone aside, Song Yu closed his eyes and fell asleep. But this time, she had another dream about Xie Sui. With the foreshadowing of the previous 2 times, Song Yu was quite calm this time. There was a follow-up to the previous banquet. The endless night, the fine rain. A tall man got out of the car. He was wearing a black suit and had a cold temperament. Her hair was slightly long, and she wore an exquisite watch on her wrist. The person next to him stepped forward and opened the black umbrella for him. The man walked steadily up the steps. In the manner, the red roses climbed up the carved iron gate, and the fine rain wet the lawn. The night was hazy, and the rain was misty. Under the umbrella, the man's cold face was revealed. His lips were pursed into a line, and his temperament was distant and unfeeling. Handsome, right? A bedroom on the 3rd floor was different from the noisy main hall. It was quiet and cold, and one could see the garden by the window. The person who spoke was a woman. She was wearing a nude haute couture dress, and her black curly hair was like seaweed. She was dressed extravagantly, but her hands kept stuffing potato chips into her mouth. She said as she ate, the one who was recognized by the Xie family a few years ago is young, and he has already started to take over the Xie group from his father. He's really amazing. Beside her was a young man. He retracted his gaze and said calmly, He's handsome. What does that have to do with you? The woman mumbled, How can it have nothing to do with me? Maybe I'll fall in love with him at first sight later, and he'll accidentally become your brother-in-law. The young man sneered. That's really too careless. Are you asking for a beating? Wake up, you're older than him. Age is not a problem. But I don't think he'll like you. Where did you get that conclusion from? A man's intuition. You haven't even been in a relationship before. What kind of intuition do you have? But I just know him. The young man curled his lips and smiled. His skin was sickly white, and his pupils were very light. He had a fragile feeling like a crystal. His eyes were full of smiles. Speaking of which, I should have met him when we were young, but he probably doesn't remember. You've met him? Yes, it happened when we were 5 years old. When Mom took me to the manor outside the city to recuperate, Aunt Sue happened to live nearby, so we played together for a while. Aunt Sue? The woman murmured softly, and then sighed inaudibly. She should have fallen out with the Sue and Xie families at that time. She shook her head and didn't mention the past. Then it's fate. Why don't you change your clothes later and go down to catch up? The young man laughed. Forget it. I remember him, but he might not remember. Besides, he wasn't like this when he was young. Wasn't like this? What was it like? I don't want to say, but you should listen to me. Don't ask for a rebuff. He's not interested in a woman with a rich love history like you. Ha 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 ha. My biological brother is so considerate of me. I'm embarrassed. The young man looked at her and said calmly, It's okay. You should be embarrassed. Songyu. The woman pretended to be angry, but it didn't last long. She couldn't help but laugh. She stood up and tapped the young man's forehead with her white finger. I have to try. See if I can get his contact information. Humph. At the end of the dream, he looked at her back as she walked out the door, and the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. The next day, Songyu woke up and rubbed his forehead gloomily. What the hell? Was the system perfecting the plot for him? Was it afraid that he would forget the details after reading it and couldn't act it out? Was it telling him from Songyu's point of view? No wonder Xie appeared every time he had this kind of dream. During the morning self-study in the classroom, Songyu placed his English book in front of him and turned his head to look at Xie from time to time. Xie was sleeping. Compared to the man he caught a glimpse of in his dream, his facial features were slightly immature. Especially when he was asleep, he lacked that dangerous sense of sharpness. His eyelashes were long and black, and his nose bridge was high. He looked delicate and cold. His lips were very thin and tightly pursed. Songyu's imagination ran wild, and he began to recall the question in his dream. In the dream, there was a conversation between Songyu and Song Weiniing. So, which type of girl did Xie like? He was really bored, so he stared at Xie's face and thought about this question for a long time. If it was Xie, she probably liked gentle and pure girls. He liked this type too. It was best if she had 2 dimples when she smiled. Also, she had little strength and liked to act coquettishly. He thought about it. Songyu and Xie's eyes met. Xie's eyes were dark and deep as she stared at him quietly. Songyu was embarrassed for a moment, and then he tried to save the situation. You're awake. Xie supported herself on the table and laughed. Her voice was slightly hoarse. How can I sleep when you look at me like that? Songyu. Damn, I was so bored that I helped you count your eyelashes. Xie tilted her head. How many? Songyu. Seeing that you're awake, I was so scared that I forgot. Xie smiled and didn't expose him. She opened her English book and flipped to the text. Songyu couldn't help but ask directly, Xie, do you have a girl you like? Xie's gaze fell on the first line of English and she said lightly, Why do you ask this? Songyu. I'm curious. Let me tell you first, the type of girl I like is gentle, good-looking, kind, and it's best if she can act coquettishly. Xie didn't say anything. Ma Xiaoting's ears were sharp, and she had heard it clearly. She shouted, Brother you're just saying that. You might as well not have said anything at all. A typical straight man's perfunctory answer. Why don't you say that you like blonde girls? All boys like blonde girls. Songyu turned around. Shut up. Ma Xiaoting. She manually put the zipper on her mouth. Xie smiled and repeated, gentle, good-looking, kind, and coquettishly, huh? Songyu listened carefully and confirmed that there was no mistake. He nodded. That's right. Xie said lightly, what a coincidence. We've repeated a lot. I like kind, cute, and smart girls. Sure enough, throwing a brick attracted a brick. Songyu rolled his eyes. That's too perfunctory. Xie glanced at him. I'm serious. Songyu. I'm serious too. Before they finished arguing, their homeroom teacher, Teacher Chung, came in. Teacher Chung put the thermos on the podium. His face was flushed with success. He couldn't stop smiling and his face was glistening. Students, let me tell you some good news. This is your first monthly exam in high school. The grade group also takes it very seriously. Everyone is eager to know the results, So the teachers who marked the exam papers worked overtime yesterday. Today, we've tabulated the results for you. I think the bulletin board has already posted it. I haven't looked at the results of the class in detail, but our class's average score is first in the grade. This can't be separated from the hard work everyone has put in during this period. The whole class deserves praise. Come, give yourselves a round of applause. Teacher Chung led the applause. The students who were shocked by the news of the results could only clap along. Clap, clap, clap. Teacher Chung was in high spirits. Class monitor, create a class group later. You can invite everyone to discuss what the class team is doing. As soon as he said that, the students' eyes lit up. Suddenly, the whole class was in an uproar. The applause was much more enthusiastic than before. Song Yu's mood was all on the news of the results. He was absent-minded for the entire class. When the class was about to end, he took out the coin from yesterday and began to secretly flip it again. Heads was good. Tails was bad. The bell rang. He flipped his hand. Heads of the coin. Go, 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 go. Song Yu pulled Siesui and ran out with such good luck, they might be in the top 10 of the grade. The bulletin board was below the teaching building. It was surrounded by a group of people, but when they saw them, they consciously made way for them. Siesui walked behind them calmly. Compared to herself, she wanted to see Song Yu more. Song Yu stood under the bulletin board and looked up. Sure enough, the first place was Siesui. Full score 750. Total score 748. Hisses and whispers could be heard around them. God Xie is really worthy of being called God Xie. Is this a score that a human can get? Except for language, they all got full marks. Song Yu was much calmer than the people next to him. He had to admit that he was the main character. Siesui didn't care about his score at all. He asked him next to him, "Do you see yourself?" Song Yu directly started to search from the 100th place. His voice was weak. No. He looked up line by line. It was rare for him to be a little nervous. Siesui smiled. I've already seen it. Song Yu, yes? Siesui stretched out his hand and pointed to the first line of the second column, which was next to his name. 81st place. Song Yu looked up and looked for a long time. The matter that he had been obsessed with was settled. He smiled. His eyes were purer than the morning light. Great news. Brother Yu, 81st place in the grade. Main post. Oh my god. He's really awesome. He's in the top 100 of Jing City First High School. He's really a straight-A student. He got full marks in mathematics and physics. Fuck. I can't beat him in terms of scolding, fighting, and grades. I'm going to shut myself up. 1L. Aw, I'm so excited. I've decided to ask my mom to set up 2 tables at the entrance of the village tonight. Kill chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. 2L. Are the trolls slapping his face? Come out and get scolded. 3L. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, Brother Yu's monthly exam is not a face-slapping novel. It's a disaster of the century. I think the trolls are crazy with joy. 15L. Brother Yu did so well in the exam. Of course, we have to thank all the students in Class 1, such as me, for not disturbing him. 16L. You're right. So I'm going to give 500 yuan to Class 1 as a reward. If you're not satisfied, I'll add another 100 yuan. If you're satisfied, pretend I didn't say anything. 17L. Class 1? 18L. Ha 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 ha. This is candy. Werwa, Brother Yu and God Xie are sitting side by side. Oh my god. What kind of fate is this? I'll always be standing closest to you. It's been destined since the first day we sat at the same table. 19L. Phew. The damn monthly exam is finally over. Chapter 47. The first monthly physics test was relatively simple. There were dozens of students who got full marks. As a key high school in the province, except for Siesui, the scores of the students behind him were closely followed by more than a dozen students in Jing City No. 1 Middle School. When the class ranking came out, Song Yu was satisfied with the 9th place. He had been studying seriously just to give Mr. Song the impression that he was a well-behaved student. He had entered the top 100 of the grade and got full marks in 2 subjects. He had completed the task perfectly. Great. Ma Xiaoding was so proud that his tail was about to go up to the sky, as if he was the one who had entered the top 100. Brother Yu is a top student and a top student. Jing City First Middle School has 2 fathers. Shi Bowen was ranked 53rd in the grade and 6th in the class. He looked at the report card in shock and felt that his deskmate was really careless. How can you still laugh? Brother Ma, you have the worst grades among the 4 of us. You are the 10th from the bottom. Don't you want to reflect? Ma Xiaoding was stunned for a few seconds with a lollipop in his mouth. He said vaguely, the exam is over. Why should I talk about the results? Shi Bowen secretly glanced at Jiang Chunyan, who was sitting in the middle. She was comparing answers with her deskmate. A few strands of hair fell on the side of her fair face. The dimples at the corners of her lips were very shallow. But the person you like is ranked 30th in the grade and 5th in the class. Ma Xiaoding, the lollipop in his mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. He slumped over the table. At this time, Song Yu and Xiesui had come back. Song Yu stuffed a mint candy into his mouth. The joy on his face had been suppressed. He sat calmly in his seat, looking as if he had expected this. He was a top student. Shi Bowen couldn't stand his deskmate's sad look. He elbowed him and said, I advise you to ask Brother Yu for advice on how to study. Ma Xiaoding rolled his eyes. Brother Yu's foundation is not bad, okay? He is only 800 points away from the middle school entrance examination in a city. Shi Bowen said, the difficulty of the exam in a city's Jingcheng is not just a little bit lower. Brother Yu's progress can be considered rapid. The kind-hearted Shi Bowen decided to pull his deskmate onto the right track. He whispered in his ear, Jiang Chunyan is ranked 5th in class. 5th in class. 5th in class. Ma Xiaoding immediately got up from the table and poked Song Yu with a pin behind her. Brother Yu, Brother Yu, Brother Yu. He was like a bullshitter. Song Yu was in high spirits. He chewed on the candy and turned to look at him. What's up? Ma Xiaoding studied for the sake of love. Brother Yu, can you teach me how to study? It's great to get full marks in physics and mathematics. Song Yu was a little embarrassed. I was lucky in these 2 subjects. Xiesui circled the last big question for me in mathematics. The answer didn't change. I'm also very familiar with the other knowledge points. The scope of the exam is limited, and the types of questions that can be expanded are only these. I have to say that Xiesui's prediction of the questions is very accurate. Basically, the questions are similar, and there's not much deviation. The more he spoke, the more moved he became. Song Yu took out a mint candy from his pocket and handed it over to him. Thank you, my dear deskmate. Xiesui didn't like sweet things before. Since she met Song Yu, she began to try mint candy. He smiled and took the light blue candy, saying, Don't be so mushy. You can remove the word, deskmate. Ma Xiaoding, he asked Xiesui bitterly and regretfully, Thank God. Can you help me circle the key points next time? Xiesui was tearing the candy wrapper. The key points that I gave to Song Yu may not be suitable for you. Ma Xiaoding was shameless for the sake of love. It's suitable. It's suitable. Song Yu sneered and said, Suitable my ass. Sleep in class and go to the internet cafe after class. Study hard for a week first. Ma Xiaoding. QWQ, the class bell rang. It was the math class. The math teacher directly put the answers on the PowerPoint and pinched the small microphone beside his mouth. He said very happily, this time, there are only 4 students in the grade who scored full marks. There are 2 in our class. Here, I would like to praise Xiesui and Song Yu. The last function question is a little beyond the syllabus. The second question is the most difficult one. It uses the law of lambda's law that you have not learned yet. Even the third-year students might not be able to answer it, but they did. The steps are exactly the same. When he said that, the whole class was stunned for a few seconds. Then, they began to laugh and jeer. The math teacher said, the other 2 students scored full marks because their math teacher was the one who set the questions. Teacher Zhang taught similar questions before, but only 2 of them were able to answer them. This shows that the 2 students in our class are really very outstanding. Ahem, alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone, compare your answers according to the PowerPoint. I will choose a few questions to talk about later. Jiang Chunyan kept looking at Song Yu. She could not suppress the smile on her lips. Her deskmate grabbed her ponytail and said, "Have you seen enough? Compare the answers." "Got it." Jiang Chunyan smiled. She held a red pen and looked at the PowerPoint. But on the last question on her own paper, she wrote Law of Lambda's Law and Lagrange's Mean Value Theorem with a graceful pen. Her deskmate was speechless and said, "What are you doing?" Jiang Chunyan blinked and said, "Do you know what Godsia said to brother you after I pretended to ask about the domain last time?" Her deskmate said, "What?" Jiang Chunyan lowered her voice and said softly, he stared into Brother Yu's eyes and said, "I only answer Lagrange." Then, Brother Yu's face turned red. TSK, there must be some unknown but fucking romantic story behind this. Her deskmate looked horrified. "My goodness, you've been flipped by Brother Yu. You're on the verge of being beaten. Can you not court death?" Jiang Chunyan thought about it and shook his head with a sigh. "That day, I almost knelt down to apologize to Brother Yu. Who knew that Brother Yu would let me off so easily? Sway you air and is indeed true." I don't know if he looked back. There are still many details of pressing against the wall and kissing. Nowadays, no one will buy a novel's male protagonist even if they don't love each other to death. They have to block the wall and kiss it. They have to do it with red eyes and a hoarse voice. They have to do it with all their heart and even give their life to you. His deskmate? Fuck. Why are your grades still so good after reading so many romance novels? Jiang Chunyan rolled his eyes at her. Do you know how hard I work behind the scenes? She went back to the topic, smiled, and completed what she wanted to say on the answer sheet. Lagrange's love, L. Beta's proof. It's really fucking mathematical romance. I can add a few sentences to my essay. She held the pen under her chin and read slowly. Until one day, the students of Jingcheng First High School saw their school's most handsome boy pressing the school bully against the wall and kissing him. Xie Sui's cold eyes were dyed red. Her voice was hoarse and suppressed an indescribable desire. "Songyu, isn't it my life? Take it." She added another sentence. She smiled, held the pen, and wrote down word by word. "Since I met you, the stars in the sky have been overshadowed. Since I kissed you, I have something to look forward to." Her deskmate, this girl had gone crazy. Was there anyone who could take her away? Her deskmate gave up and sighed. "You'll get your retribution." She was sure. Jiang Chunyan just smiled and threw the pen away. "I'm lying. I won't write anymore. Brother, you already found out. It's better to restrain yourself. You can play and make trouble, but don't joke about your life." The last class was the class of the head teacher. He asked them where they wanted to go for team building. In the end, everyone decided to go to the KTV. The time was set for Friday night on Lin Qing Street. The end of the monthly exam was a relief for Songyu. In addition, a group of people in the class were clamoring for him to go, so he agreed. Since he agreed, he naturally asked Xiesui to go. On the way back to the apartment after the evening self-study class, Songyu pretended to ask casually, "When is your birthday?" Xiesui raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Do you want to give me a present?" Songyu choked and then said, "You're so boring." "Xiesui, it's still early. I think it's winter." He didn't celebrate his birthday often. Songyu, okay. He remembered that the watch he asked for from Mr. Song could come in handy. Songyu recalled the whispers of the people around him when he was looking at the bulletin board today. Her light-colored pupils were also a little puzzled. She tilted her head and asked him, "Tell me, do you secretly study every night behind my back?" Xiesui raised her eyebrows and shook her head. "Why do you ask this?" Songyu said, "You always sleep in class. As the first in the grade, you're too much of a loafer." Xiesui asked modestly, "Oh, then what should the first in the grade be like?" Songyu paused and scratched his head. "At least you have to be more serious than me." Xiesui said slowly, "Then I'd better just be a loafer." Songyu was angry. "Are you looking down on hard-working players like us?" But before Xiesui could answer, he calmed down first. Thinking back to the original work, Xiesui was still the first in the grade in that kind of environment. Even if she had the plot armor, it was really amazing. Songyu sighed. "They call you God Xie, and I don't think they're wrong. You're really like an immortal, unpredictable in all aspects." Xiesui felt that this topic was a little interesting. In all aspects? Songyu said, yes, I think what they said is reasonable. Your character, IQ, and all kinds of mysterious and unpredictable things can't be guessed. But I know that you're a very good person deep down. Xiesui chuckled. That's too exaggerated. Songyu. Xiesui thought of the rumors about him in a city that he had never cared about in his previous life. But now that he heard Songyu talking next to him, he suddenly became a little interested. What did others say about me? Songyu recalled the building he saw yesterday. After a strange silence, he began to piece together the pieces. They said that your IQ is extremely high. Your family background is a mystery. You're unreasonable, cold, and abstinent. You're a flower that can't be broken. Speaking of which, he was curious. How did they guess his family background? Xiesui chuckled softly, and it was particularly pleasant to hear. After laughing enough, he analyzed it bit by bit and said in a faint voice, my IQ isn't extremely high, but I was born with a photographic memory. As for my family background, I'm not sure myself. If I'm unreasonable, it's because of my character. And finally, he smiled and looked at Songyu. His voice was cold, but his voice was deep. Actually, I can't help it. Songyu stared into his eyes and was slightly stunned. Xiesui lowered his head slightly and looked into his eyes. They only had each other in their eyes. It was dark and deep like the Milky Way. The moonlight flowed through his cold facial features. The curve of the corners of his lips softened, and his smile became a little more real. Xiesui said, what they said is false. If you want to understand me, you don't have to climb the mountain. I'll come to your side myself. Songyu opened his mouth. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast, but he didn't know why it was beating so fast. His face was slightly hot, and he took a step back. His mind was in a mess, and he said embarrassedly, no, 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 no. You'd better stay on the mountain. I can't raise you. Xiesui was already satisfied that he could force him to this point. He started to blush, and it wasn't because he was angry. He had improved a lot. He stood up straight and chuckled. Then I'll raise you. Chapter 48. Songyu was stunned for a few seconds before he quickly shook his head. No, I can support myself. He touched his nose bitterly and looked up with a little confusion in his eyes. Why are we talking about this topic? Let's change it. Xiesui smiled. Okay, Songyu, you should go to Linqing Street on Friday. If you don't go, I'll be very bored. At this time, he had already walked into the apartment and was about to leave the apartment. Xiesui watched him go upstairs and said, okay, I'll go. Finally, the monthly exam was over. Songyu didn't want to do questions like before that night. He relaxed and gave himself a break. After taking a shower, he took out a bottle of yogurt from the fridge. After drinking the yogurt, he threw it into the trash can and lay on the bed. He sent a soybean emoji to his sister. A few seconds later, Song Weiniing replied. Song Weiniing, what? Songyu, my results are out. Song Weiniing, so? Songyu, miss, you missed out on 100 million. Do you regret it? Songyu, when you didn't believe me back then, water got into your brain. In the end, it will flow out in the form of tears. Song Weiniing, 666, 6666. Songyu decided to use the truth to slap her in the face with the data. Songyu. After a while, a call from a city came. Songyu picked it up. On the other side of the phone was a cheerful and clear female voice. She couldn't stop laughing. Not bad. You've improved so much. How many gods did you worship before the exam? Songyu laughed but didn't boast. He said honestly, no, I met a good deskmate. She's the top in our grade. She's very accurate in guessing the questions. Song Weiniing clicked his tongue on the other end of the phone. Oh, you're starting to be humble. Songyu smiled. But this time, he specially looked for Song Weiniing not only for the results. He tried hard to recall the contents of the dream and asked in a soft voice, when I was 5 years old, I recuperated in a manor outside the city for a period of time. Do you remember? Song Weiniing was stunned and thought for a moment. Huh, recuperating in the manor? I don't remember anything like this happening. Songyu, Then you should ask Mom. Song whinnying. Mom is busy. She's still in the office. No, 5 years old. Wait a minute. I seem to have a vague impression of it. Song Yu remained silent, giving her time to recall. She racked her brains for a long time before she finally came to a realization. Yes, I remember now. It was a summer vacation. During that time, your brother and I were called abroad by Grandpa. Grandpa was so strict. That was definitely the most painful summer vacation I remember when I was a child. You should have gone too, but Mom had just undergone surgery at that time. The doctor strongly advised her not to be too busy, so she left a lot of things to Dad and went to the manor alone to recuperate. Maybe she was afraid of being lonely, so she brought you along. Why are you asking about this? Song Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He gripped his phone tightly and said in a puzzled voice, So, I wasn't the one who went to recuperate? Song Wanying's voice was both angry and amused. Don't you know that your illness was caused by yourself when you were 6 years old? Instead of staying in your room on a rainy day, you ran to the edge of the island and almost drowned. You were in a coma for so long that the whole family was scared half to death. Song Yu, what the hell? Wasn't this a little different from the plot in his dream? Was that why he was in good health before he was 6 years old? But why did he remember that in gentle control, Song Yu's illness was innate? Song Yu quickly recovered from the shock and shook his head. How much detail could he remember about a canon Fodder who only appeared in a few chapters and whose illness the author didn't even bother to make up a name? It was probably because he fell into the water after he was 6 years old that he became sick. He was stupid enough to take a dream seriously. Song Wanying's attention didn't stop there. He joked, How can there be no reward for doing so well in the exam Yu? Do you like Wang Hoxiong or Shui Jingxing? Song Yu was very cold. I don't like either. Song Wanying tried to tempt him. They can take you to the peak of your studies. Song Yu sneered. No, I have my deskmate. It's better to like Xie Sui than them. Song Wanying. After hanging up the phone, Song Yu sat cross-legged on the bed with a serious expression. 008. He shouted into the air for a long time, but there was no response in the room for a long time. 3 months ago, the system said it was going to report to the Lord God, but there was still no reply. Song Yu was speechless. Did the Lord God think it was unreliable and directly destroyed it? The corners of his mouth twitched and he leaned back. Song Yu's light brown pupils were full of depression and confusion. 008 wanted him to travel into the book and follow the plot 5 years later. But now the plot 5 years later was probably all off track. Xie Sui wouldn't meet these scumbags, wouldn't be evil, and didn't need to be relieved. There was no need for his existence. Speaking of which, he still felt that the original book's arrangement of Song Yu as a childhood friend was like a forced character, just to keep Xie Sui's kind nature. Song Yu saw the imprisonment and didn't continue to read. However, gentle control was marked as sadistic love, so there must be love and affection. So, there was a high probability that Xie Sui, who kept her kind nature, would forgive that group of people? Reach a happy ending with some scumbag? The counterattack was only hoped for in his dream? Fuck. Thinking of this, Song Yu suddenly sat up in anger. His chest felt stuffy like a stone was pressing down on it, and his head hurt from anger. He got up and poured himself a glass of water. After so long, the plot of that stupid book could still nauseate him again and again. When he thought of his role was to promote the development of this kind of plot, Song Yu angrily poured himself another glass of water. Persuade Xie Sui to let go of her hatred. If he wanted to persuade Xie Sui, it would be to persuade her not to let go of the past and directly kill that group of scumbags. Also, he had always been very curious. Why did Song Yu say to the protagonist, Your mother loves you very much, don't hate her and such nonsense, make Xie Sui instantly understand a lot of things and even let go of her hatred? Too far-fetched. Xie Sui didn't hate his mother. Forget it. Gentle control was illogical. After drinking 3 glasses of water, Song Yu calmed down and lay back on the bed. He clicked on the link and found that Ma Xiaoding had given him a link to a group called Class 1's Happy Family. Song Yu, Sadako does not forget the well digger. Brother Yu, join the class group. Everyone is talking about Friday night. Come quickly, happy little panda lifts windmill. JPG, Sadako does not forget Well Digger. It's not easy to have a team-building event. Of course, we can't just go to the KTV and sing. Prepare the poker cards and hide the beer. Your husband brother you, Song you didn't want to enter the middle-aged and old-fashioned group for the time being. There was something choking his heart now, and he was very flustered. He could only poke Siesui. Song you, do you still remember what happened when you were young? The reply came very quickly. Siesui, why are you asking this? Song you felt a little guilty. Song you, no, I just wanted to ask. Siesui's finger tapped on the screen, wondering if Song Yu had remembered what happened when he was 5 years old. However, if he didn't remember it, how could Song Yu remember it? No. As sharp as he was, he almost quickly caught the trace of abnormality. A trace of coldness flashed across Siesui's eyes. He leaned back on the bed, his expression cold and his eyes dark and deep. 5 years old. He knew that Song Yu, and he used to know each other. However, the experience of knowing each other was a blur. He didn't care before, so he didn't think too much about it. Now, why did he feel like his memory had been tampered with? Was it the price of being reborn? He didn't believe it. Siesui looked down and replied to Song Yu. Siesui, I don't remember. Siesui, you want to tell me about your childhood? When Song Yu saw that he said, I don't remember, he heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed. Song Yu, no, actually, I don't remember either. Song Yu, I just asked in a moment of impulse. Song Yu, you know that I like to find things to talk about when I'm bored. Ha 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 ha. The more he explained, the more it sounded like a cover-up. Siesui chuckled. However, he had always been very patient with Song Yu and wouldn't force him. He changed the topic very naturally. Siesui, aren't you going to sleep yet? Song Yu, it's still early. I want to have fun after the exam. Siesui, it's not early. It's not good for your health to sleep late and wake up late. Siesui, go to sleep. Song Yu lay on the bed, holding his phone with both hands and typing. Song Yu, you look like my dad. No. My dad has a bad temper. It should be my mom. Anyway, she's my family. Siesui, how do your family members usually call you? Song Yu thought for a moment. It was too embarrassing to share his nickname with his friends, so he shook his head. Song Yu, just call me Song Yu. The other party was straightforward. Siesui, you're lying. Song Yu was shocked. How can you tell? Siesui, I've been to your house. Your grandma is calling you. Siesui, you. Smack. Song Yu's hand was not steady, and the phone fell on his face. Fuck. It was so painful that he sat up immediately. He was ashamed, angry, and depressed. He wiped his face. Why did he call his grandma's nickname in front of others? Song Yu, you heard wrong. Forget it. Song Yu, don't call me that. Shame on you. Siesui smiled, and the coldness in her eyes melted away with gentleness. Siesui, didn't you say that I'm like your family? Then I'll be more like you. Siesui, you, be good. Sleep. Good night. Song Yu. He was so angry that his face was burning. Day. What else could he do? He typed in exasperation. Song Yu. Sleep. Song Yu. Okay. Just shut up. After exiting the chat with Siesui, Song Yu's mind was in a mess. How could he fall asleep? He stared at the ceiling for a long time, took a deep breath, and clicked on the group link that Ma Xiaoding gave him. Class 1's Happy Family. The chat was very lively, and the chat was very fast. Therefore, when Song Yu entered the group, no one noticed. He scrolled through the chat history. Sadako never forget the well digger. QWQ brother Yu is not coming. He thinks our names are unpleasant. Lights like the past? Brother Yu is so cool. But who came up with this name? It's too old-fashioned. I want to hit someone too. Matcha milk cover does not at ice. If Brother Yu is not coming, we can gossip about him behind his back. Bowen's strong knowledge. What? Han Sheng. You must be itching for a beating. What gossip is there to gossip about? He's handsome when fighting, fierce when scolding people, and his grades are good. As a guy, I can't even be jealous. Brother you is awesome. Autumn water long sky, that's what you guys see. Usually, we gossip about how brother you can have a perfect deskmate like Goddess Sia at 15 years old. Sharp edge, yes. He can even receive Goddess Sia's love and gentleness. Wurwo, such a beautiful friendship. I'm crying. The last female classmate simply sent a whole row of lemons and scrolled through the screen. It's Wanwan. In his first year of high school, he had the genius to tutor him and the school hunk to buy him a cake. My first year of high school had nothing. Woo. At this moment, a familiar ID appeared. Your husband, brother you. Oh? The happy family of the first class couldn't continue being happy for a moment. This ID? Ma shouting, didn't you say that brother you wouldn't enter the group? It's Wanwan. Brother you? Song Yu looked at their descriptions. He didn't feel particularly good. Your husband, brother you. What do you mean? Your husband, brother you. You all think that I'm taking advantage of Sieswei? No. It's Wanwan. No. Woo-woo-woo, brother you is not. Woo-woo, don't misunderstand. We just think that Goddess Xie should dote on his wife. Song Yu chuckled. Your husband, brother you. Am I worse than him? Wanwan was about to cry. It's Wanwan. No, no, no. You're the nation's husband. You're much more popular than Goddess Xie. You're the dream lover of all the girls in school. Song Yu had just been humiliated by Xie Sui and was even smashed in the face by her phone. He wasn't in a good mood. Only now did he feel a little better. The corners of his lips twitched. Your husband, brother you. So there's no need to be jealous. It's Wanwan. Huh. He was confused. Your husband, brother you. It's quite enviable to have the school hunk as a deskmate at the age of 15. But you're not bad to be in the same group as me at such a young age. Everyone in the first class. After studying so hard for so long, they almost forgot that brother you had debuted as a troll. Your husband, brother you. Isn't that right, sister? Sister. Tat. It's Wanwan. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god. How can I be so lucky, QAQ? I'm really amazing at such a young age. But I actually didn't know that I was lucky. I was wrong, brother you. Let me go. Chapter 49. Friday night, Lin Qing Street. Originally, everyone wanted to go to the party hall to have fun. However, the most Teacher Chang could tolerate was KTV. He only wanted to sing, so he could only resentfully give up. After school, everyone went home to put away their school bags. The time was set at 6 o'clock p.m. One class of people, 3 private rooms. There was no need to go back in 1 hour. Song Yu didn't call anyone to pick him up. He put his things in the apartment and went to Linqing Street with Xie Sui. Ma shouting followed him and dragged Shiboen along. The last time they were here, they were there to beat someone up. Linqing Street was especially lively on weekends. From time to time, a few motorcycles sped by. They were all students in school uniforms, carrying their girlfriends, wearing sunglasses and whistling. It was very coquettish. Ma shouting stuck his head out and looked around enviously. When will I be able to be so cool? Shiboen pushed his glasses and asked a very practical question. So what are we going to do now? Song Yu looked at the time on his phone. 5:35 p.m. There's still half an hour. Time was tight. They might not even be able to go to an internet cafe to play games. Ma Xiaoting's eyes turned and she suggested excitedly, let's buy some snacks and beer and secretly hide them in our school bags. Shiboen's delicate face scrunched up. Will Mr. Chung not allow it? Just hide from him and don't let him find out. After that, she pulled Shiboen and ran to the mall. Song Yu was at a fork in the road. He looked at the gradually fading sun and said, let's go sit down first. Song Yu wasn't very interested in singing. He just wanted to accompany Xie Sui to experience the lively atmosphere of a high school party to make up for his isolation in junior high. The karaoke they chose was in a more prosperous area on Linqing Street. It was called Encounter. The class group was very lively. It was very noisy now. Lights like old times, 45 people, 15 people in each room. Remember to make an appointment with whoever you want to be with. Hee. Sadako never forget, well digger? QWQ. Playing jungling at 90 years old. Look at me. I'm online waiting for an invitation from a female classmate. I won't let you down when I'm young and absurd. King 1 star starts at 5 yuan. Sharp. Sisters, just look at me. It's been a month. Isn't it enough for you to understand me? Bunnytail. What the hell? Did I invite you here to listen to your cries and howls? It's Wan. Sob, 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 sob. I'm so young. Can I be more impressive? I'm in the same room as brother you, crazy hint. Lights like the past. Let me answer you. Lights like the past. You're dreaming. It's Wan. Jiang Chunian, are you looking for a beating? After putting down his phone, Jiang Chunian smiled and winked at the mirror. Then, he hugged his notebook and pen and was about to leave. When she went downstairs, her mother happened to be chatting with another auntie on the sofa. When she saw her, she rolled her eyes at her. Where are we going this Friday night? Jiang Chunian hid the notebook behind her back and whispered, It's a secret. Her mother was furious. Come back early after you're done being crazy. There's a banquet tomorrow. Try on some clothes today. Jiang Chunian changed her shoes and said perfunctorily, Yes. The other auntie on the sofa smiled and said, Chunian is getting more and more beautiful. Jiang Chunian's mother looked proud, but she still said modestly, Not at all. Look at the same age. That girl from the Bai family is good at dressing up and talking. My daughter is just a bookworm. I don't know what she's writing in her notebook all day long. The auntie shook her head and said, That girl from the Bai family is too scheming. Everything is written on her face. I don't like her very much. Speaking of which, this time the Wang family has suffered from the evil deeds of their descendants. They won't be able to recover for a while. I don't know why the Qin family asked fourth young master to come to Jing City at this time. Shun Wanwan's mother said, Who knows? Later, the number of private rooms booked was reported in the class group. 303,304,305. Song Yu was slightly stunned when she saw 305. She couldn't help laughing out loud. What a coincidence. Another 305. Xiesui also stopped and said, Let's go to 305. On the third floor of Chance Encounter, private room 305 was decorated in cold colors. The space was dark, and only the effect lights in the center were changing and shining. As soon as they entered, the light was white, cold, and quiet. It was as if they were in a quiet universe. Song Yu smiled and suddenly asked, Are you curious why I appeared in 305 that day? Xiesui had already investigated the cause and effect, but she still said, A little. Song Yu explained seriously, It's because I heard someone talking about you, and they mentioned your name. I knew that there was someone who needed my help. Xiesui held back her laughter. That's why you came. Yes, that's why I came to teach that scumbag a lesson. The changing lights fell into Song Yu's eyes. They were bright and smiling, as clear as the stars. His voice was light, and there was a hint of youthful pride in it. But when I first saw you, I thought that you were really good-looking. Xiesui tilted her head and stared at him. Her eyes were deep as she smiled. Which part of me is good-looking? Song Yu was not stingy with his praise. Everything. You look especially handsome when you drink, especially your eyes. You like my eyes? Yes. Xiesui chuckled. Then I'll remember it. When Ma Shouting sneaked in with his school bag, there was no one in the private room. He put his things in the corner of the sofa and immediately sat down. After he was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Shi Bowen opened a bag of potato chips and said vaguely as he chewed, Look at how nervous you are. Ma Shouting wiped his sweat. I'm just afraid that old Chung will see me. Shi Bowen, how many bottles of wine did you buy? Ma Shouting, canned, only a few bottles. Oh, by the way, brother you can't drink. I almost forgot. We have to stay away from brother you. Shi Bowen rolled his eyes. It's obvious that brother you won't hang out with you. He didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. Ma Shouting began to look forward, his gaze never leaving the door. Shi Bowen was curious. Will Jiang Chunian come? Ma Shouting. Shi Bowen. After that, a few boys came in one after another. When they saw Song Yu and Xiesui, they were stunned at first, but they didn't leave. They thanked brother Yu and sat down next to him. After a month of classmates, although they were still a little restrained, they weren't that restricted. It was probably more troublesome for girls to go out. Ma Xiaoding was bored from waiting and began to suggest playing games. It just so happened that a mobile MOBA game was quite popular. When he asked Song Yu if he wanted to play, Song Yu naturally refused. Don't drag him down, thank you. They gathered 5 people and started a game. Ma Xiaoding sat next to Song Yu. He was a noob and liked to play the carry. After his carry was stolen, he focused on the mage. Song Yu was originally playing on his phone, but when he heard the system notification that he was killed from time to time, he couldn't help but lean over and take a look. It was too painful to look at. Purify the air and wait for death. Your jungler is about to cry. Don't send him off. He's full of health and mana. Are you going home to replenish your courage? After being killed for the nth time, Ma Xiaoding cried and handed the phone to Song Yu. Brother Yu, you do it. Song Yu leaned over and took the phone. After a month without any entertainment, he was about to die. Controlling his game character to get a pentakill in the dragon pit, Ma Xiaoding exclaimed excitedly, shoot his QQ? Fuck. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. He eagerly leaned over. Brother Yu, please teach me how to avoid the enemy's assassin. I'm always killed in the first second of a team fight. Song Yu, your mechanics are hopeless. Ma Xiaoding, Song Yu. If your mechanics are bad, you'll have to act cute to make up for it. If you send a few QWQ to the enemy jungler, he might let you go. Ma Xiaoding took the phone and felt embarrassed. Isn't this pretending to be a girl to cheat people online? This kind of behavior will be laughed at. You have been slain. You have been killed by the enemy, Ma Xiaoding. Ma Xiaoding. Should I add 2 more words and call him brother? Sob, sob, sob. Big brother, please let me live. QWQ, is that so? Is it cute enough? Song Yu. Cute enough, little sister ding. Ma Xiaoding really sent a bunch of QWQs in the game's public chat, calling out the opponent's jungler. Zhao Zhao said, don't kill me. However, the opposing jungler was cold and heartless. When they crossed the river, Ma Xiaoding was caught up again. He was flustered. He didn't fall for it. He even started to target me. Why is he such a scumbag? What should I do? Song Yu was even colder and more ruthless than the enemy jungler. He sneered, then die in front of him. Ma Xiaoding? ? The rest of the people couldn't help but laugh out loud. After playing a round of games, the atmosphere was finally relaxed, and the girls arrived late. The homeroom teacher first gathered everyone in room 305 and asked the class monitor to take a group photo. Teacher Chang held the camera in his hand and coughed. You guys can have fun. I'll take a video for you. I'll record the glory of your singing classmates. When you graduate in the future, you can take it out to reminisce. Everyone covered their faces and wailed. The atmosphere in the KTV was harmonious. Jiang Chunyan changed into a light yellow dress with her long hair down. After singing a few songs, she held the microphone and looked at Song Yu and Xie Sui with sparkling eyes. She smiled and said, God Xie and Brother Yu, do you want to sing a song? I'm 15 years old this year. Do I have the honor? Song Yu, no. Xie Sui was sitting next to her. The smile on her face was cold and distant. It was the familiar expression of rejection. Jiang Chunyan blinked. As expected, she smiled slyly. No, if I can't listen to you guys sing when I'm 15 years old, then I want to play games with you guys. Her desk mate covered her face next to her and tugged at her sleeve. She felt that her good friend was digging her own grave. Jiang Chunyan, truth or dare? How simple is that? Do you want to play? Ma Xiaoding was definitely supportive of her crush. She shouted louder than anyone else, okay, 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 okay. Under his persuasion, everyone accepted his suggestion. They sat next to the table. Jiang Chunyan was secretly delighted. She coughed and said, coincidentally, I've prepared poker cards. Let's use Big King as the trump card and Little King as the joker card. The trump card determines the truth question and the content of the dare, and the joker card is the person who will be punished. She sat down and placed 15 cards on the table for everyone to draw randomly. Chapter 50. Jiang Chunyan took out his cards and enthusiastically added the rules. A total of 15 cards, from A to K, plus 2 kings and 2 kings. If you choose Dare, you can choose a random card to interact with. After all, this is a game for 15 people. We have to try to increase the sense of participation between the players. When she said interact and sense of participation, she enunciated her words very clearly. Her eyes were smiling as she looked at Song Yu and Xie Sui. The girls were all aware of Jiang Chunyan's intentions, and they all laughed out loud. Okay, let's start. If you continue to brag, I think you'll get beaten up. Jiang Chunyan, okay. Let's not waste any more time. Draw your cards. Don't be shy. The boys were also very excited. No peeking. Hurry up. Don't waste my time to get the trump card. They drew one card after another and finished drawing in a short time. No one dared to show their cards casually. Otherwise, they would be targeted and asked to interact. How unlucky would that be? Song Yu took a K card. Ma Xiaoding hadn't looked at his cards yet and came over. Brother Yu, what card do you have? Song Yu avoided him and said slowly, a card you can't afford to offend. Ma Xiaoding, wow. Shi Bowen adjusted his glasses and exposed him on the spot. Brother Yu, don't pretend. The only card you can't afford to offend in this game is the trump card, but the trump card is me. He directly spread his cards on the table. It was indeed a king. Song Yu wasn't embarrassed at being exposed on the spot. He leaned back on the sofa and asked Xie Sui in a low voice, what card do you have? Xie Sui directly laid her cards on the table and smiled. Jiang Chunyan also finished looking at his cards. I have a number card. Come. The first round's Joker players can come out. But no one spoke. Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at Ma Xiaoding, who didn't look at his cards and liked to worry about other people's cards. Ma Xiaoding held the poker cards. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right? Ma Xiaoding quietly stepped back and squinted. Fuck. He threw his cards on the table. It was indeed a king. He turned his head and pretended to look fierce. You dare to mess with me? You're finished. At this time, Song Yu stepped up to uphold the game's fairness. She pressed on his shoulder and smiled at Shi Bowen. You can ask the truth, and you can do dare. The most important thing is that everyone is happy. Song Yu's hand was still on Ma Xiaoding's shoulder. Ma Xiaoding glared at them and said decisively, Truth. TSK, everyone jeered in unison. Truth. Then I'll ask directly. If you have to choose one person in this room to be your girlfriend, who would you choose? Ma Xiaoding. Song Yu didn't see that Shi Bowen had the potential to be a matchmaker. Ma Xiaoding's feelings for Jiang Chunyan could be seen by everyone who was familiar with him. This was tantamount to giving him a chance to confess. But Brother Zhenzi was Brother Zhenzi after all. He didn't seize the opportunity at all. He looked at Jiang Chunyan and blushed. What kind of stupid question is this? Change it. In fact, for this kind of question, his behavior seemed ambiguous and suspicious. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up as if they had discovered a new continent. The girls' gossipy souls were ignited. TSK, there's something fishy. Who made you so shy? What a coincidence. It seems that there's a name in our room that you can't say. Ma Xiaoding stubbornly refused to admit her mistake. Isn't this because I'm afraid that you girls will fight over me? After that, she angrily said to Shi Bowen, hurry up and change to the next one. Jiang Chunyan had enough of laughing. This ghost card player, can you have a little self-awareness? When did it become your turn to set the rules? Shi Bowen looked at Ma Xiaoding with disdain. His expression said, you're so useless. But as a good deskmate, he was still kind. Then you punish yourself with a drink. I'll change it. Ma Xiaoding opened a can of beer and poured herself a glass. Shi Bowen thought hard and finally asked a question. Let me ask you, what type of girl do you like? Ma Xiaoding got excited and began his speech. I'm a guy who doesn't care about his appearance. Although the first sentence was met with countless ruthless mockery, he was still immersed in his own dream and continued to brag. I like girls who are gentle and quiet, who are cute and scholarly, who have read a lot of famous books, who can memorize a lot of texts, who like to write essays, who can chat with me about life, ideals, and poems. After he finished speaking, the boys were cold and heartless. Okay, No, next. The girls leaned on the table and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Choose, waking from the dream for this friend. Ma Shouting snorted and couldn't be bothered with this group of vulgar people. Shi Bowen couldn't believe it and whispered to him, "How did you see these characteristics of Jiang Chunian?" Ma Shouting scratched his head and felt embarrassed. Isn't she the language class representative? I have a natural fondness for girls who are good at language. Shi Bowen was speechless. So you like a girl just because she is the language class representative? Ha 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 ha. He decided not to worry about Ma Shouting's love life anymore. Like my ass. Ma Shouting only loves language from the beginning to the end. Later on, everyone was having a good time. Jiang Chunian simply changed the rules at the last minute. After 3 consecutive truth's words, they had to choose dare. During this round, the trump card was in Jiang Chunian's hands, and the joker card was in the hands of Jiang Chunian's deskmate. Jiang Chunian couldn't stop laughing. Truth or dare? Ying? Oh, I'm sorry, you have no choice. Dare. Liang Ying laughed and gritted his teeth. Jiang Chunian pointed outside. Baby, go ask for his WeChat and take a picture with him. If he doesn't have it, don't come back to see me. Liang Ying stuffed a potato chip into his mouth, his eyes murderous. So ruthless? Don't fall into my hands. Jiang Chunian. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not afraid. Liang Ying stormed out of the door. In the end, he ran back with a face as red as a rabbit. When he came back, he was so embarrassed that he covered his face for a long time before the heat dissipated. The crowd became more and more excited to watch the show. Later on, more and more people chose dare. Ma Shouting drew the trump card, and the joker card was another boy. He swept away his dispirited mood and shouted, "Didn't we say it was an interactive game? Whoever gets a 3, come out and give our joker card player a hug." The person who got a 3 was also a boy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood up and cursed, "Little gay ma, just you wait." In this round, Song Yu drew the trump card. A girl drew the joker card. She was so excited that her face was red. She volunteered to choose dare and said, "Brother Yu, I can do anything for you." A boy in a private room jeered, "That exciting?" The girl covered her face. "Stupid girl, you're so embarrassing." Song Yu just smiled. "There's no need for that. If it's dare, you can recite Spring in the Qin Garden for me." The girl, question mark. The boys roared with laughter. "Brother Yu, you're a cold-blooded scumbag. Oh no, you're still a straight-A student." Finally, in this round, Xiesui got the trump card, and the joker card was in Song Yu's hand. When the cards were revealed, the entire private room fell silent for a second. The atmosphere became tense. Jiang Chunian sat up straight and hugged a pillow. "Ah, brother Yu, hurry up and choose. Truth or dare." Why didn't he have to choose dare in this round? Xiesui held the card between her fingers and looked down at him with a faint smile. "What do you choose?" Song Yu frowned and thought for a moment. "Truth." Xiesui nodded and said calmly, "Did you sleep well last night?" Everyone in the private room. Jiang Chunian and the girls' hearts were about to break into pieces. Thank God. What were you doing with such a good opportunity? Song Yu was also confused. He replied, "Pretty good. It's rare for me to have a dreamless night." After all, every time he dreamed about Xiesui, he couldn't sleep well at night. Xiesui smiled and threw the card back on the table. If she wanted to know Song Yu's secret, she would investigate it herself. Of course, only she could know. However, in the next round, Song Yu's luck was very bad. He got the joker card again. This time, the trump card was in Jiang Chunian's hand. She, who was so sad that she almost became autistic, came back to life. She was originally full of questions like, "How do you feel about Godsia? Do you have anyone you like? And what's the ranking of your deskmate in your heart?" But when she met Xiesui's cold eyes, she instantly withered. She rubbed the pillow aggrievedly and asked weakly, "You had a dreamless night. Brother Yu, were you having nightmares before?" Song Yu only thought that they didn't dare to make things difficult for him because of his identity as the school bully. He said truthfully, "I didn't have nightmares. I just kept dreaming about someone." Everyone. Question mark. Xiesui was stunned. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on her lips was a little cold. Jiang Chunian. Fuck. Her heart was going to experience a few ups and downs today. Who was that person? Song-yu realized that he had let it slip. He regretted that he said that, but fortunately, he could still be saved. He leaned back and said, I won't answer this. This is the second question. Jiang Chunian was especially active in gathering the cards together. Hurry up, shuffle the cards again. Draw, draw, draw. She had to know who that person was today. Shi Bowen got the trump card again. Then Xie Sui got the first joker card in her life. Shi Bowen was still respectful and afraid of Xie Sui. God Xie, truth or dare? Xie Sui, truth? Shi Bowen didn't know what to ask. But every gaze that fell on him was full of threat. He felt that if he didn't ask anything, he would be beaten up. So he could only ask a very appropriate question. God Xie, do you have someone you like now? Xie Sui smiled. Her peach blossom eyes curved, and her voice became gentler. Yes. Wow. A stone set off 1,000 ripples. Now, both men and women were screaming. Song-yu was stunned. Xie Sui had someone she liked? Who? Unbeknownst to him, Xie Sui had gotten to know many people. But it was the same situation as Song-yu in the previous game. He knew there was gossip, but he didn't have the chance to ask the next question. His heart was itching, so he could only continue playing. The game continued. In the end, the trump card was in Liang Yingying's hands. The joker card Xie Sui again. His. Everyone gasped. Their hearts were in their throats. The school hunk-liked someone. If this got out, the whole school would be shocked. Liang Yingying's hands were trembling. Of course, she didn't disappoint and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. God Xie, who do you like? Xie Sui only smiled. I choose dare. Everyone. They forgot about this trick. Liang Yingying was very disappointed. Oh, okay. She looked at Xie Sui again and was a little scared. She didn't dare to make a request that was too excessive. Then, God Xie, you should also recite Spring in Qin Garden. Jiang Chunian rolled his eyes. Yingying, you can't do it. You have to learn dare from brother Yu. Liang Yingying. She looked down at Jiang Chunian and suddenly remembered the embarrassment and shame when she went to ask for his WeChat. She also remembered the bold words she said. She had an idea. She chuckled. You're finished. Jiang Chunian. Question mark. Liang Yingying turned her head. No, God Xie. I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to recite Spring in Qin Garden. Let's read. I recently read a very well-written novel. Coincidentally, the name of the main character is exactly the same as yours. How about you read it to me? Everyone, Jiang Chunian. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.